A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs. Well, sometimes things may move slowly, giving no indication of the powerful and secret forces which are at play. And all at once, the situation will precipitate a moral and psychological crisis. It is this very thing which is preparing itself for the Goldbergs. When Orianne Leland refused to marry Dr. Carothers, she said a few things too many to Mr. Way, for Orianne, like Molly, feels an immense sympathy for this man so recently released from prison. And her sympathy, exaggerated by the circumstances, appears like affection to a man who's had no affection for years. Tonight, the Goldbergs are at the bowling alley with Orianne. You bowl, Rosie.
Rosie, is it Papa's chance, no?
Look at the score.
I'll bowl and then Orianne bowls here.
Go on then, Rosie.
Why?
Did you mark yourself, Sonny?
Yeah, I will, Pa.
You're not bowling, Molly.
I'll watch it. I'll watch it. Be careful, Rosalie, darling. The family says don't use the heavy ball. Don't be right if they 1, 2, 3 for a champion. Learn with the little balls first. With the little balls first.
Molly.
Yes,
Molly,
yeah.
I thought Mr. Ray was coming.
We asked him to. Maybe he'll come. Maybe he don't want to come yet. Not ready to come yet in the public places, maybe.
Rosalie, that's not the way. Let me show you how.
Let's have to show you, Rosalie. Let's have to show you. Take the dress. Mrs. Goldberg. You know, Mrs. Goldberg, I think I have stumbled into something that's a little over my head. What do you mean about that? I mean, I think I gave Mr. Way the idea that... Well, I overemphasized my regard for Mr. Way. How? No. I think you got the wrong impression, Mr. Goldberg. You see, when I refused Mr. Cater's offer to marry me, I think Mr. Way got the impression it was because of him. And last night, when Mr. Wayne's former wife called, he spoke to her over the telephone in front of me. What is that, Ma? What's that? What's that? I think Mr. Wayne thinks, well, I feel more than respect and sympathy for him. But that isn't the worst. It's so wrong. And the way he feels with the whole world against him, with the struggle he has before him, I don't know what to say to him. I don't know what to say that won't hurt him terribly. I know, that it would be impossible for me to feel any of the things that Mr. Way may be thinking. Maybe you're exaggerating, Rory, and I mean, Mr. Way may feel that you've been very kind to him and friendly, and that's all he may mean. I don't think so. What's that? A straw? What's a straw? All the things down in the first floor.
How do you mark a strike?
I'll show you.
Oh, yeah, you can come out.
Oh, an accidental expert, huh?
Yeah. Oh, my. Be careful. Be very careful.
Say, Pa, I thought Mr. Way was coming.
He's not ready yet to mingle in public places. The town hasn't yet taken him to their hearts with outstretched hands.
Oh, he's got to face it sooner or later. There'll always be a man who was once in prison. He's just got to come out and take it. It'll be better for him if he does.
My amateur psychologist.
You, Pa.
Where?
Yeah, it is, Ma.
Dr. Taylor, be over here. Come over, Dr. Taylor.
He's coming, Ma. Sure.
Wonderful, I think so. Oh, Dr. Taylor.
No, only 3.
You played, huh? Oh, only 3, Orianne. So sit down, Orianne.
I don't know why we can't use an extra alley. The game is so slow when so many are playing. Are you joining us, Dr. Taylor? We only just started.
Oh, may I?
Sure.
Please. Say, boy, please. march in that alley, too? Okay. Ma, come and try it, will you?
Oh, go on, Mrs. Goldberg. It's good for you.
I don't
It gives
think
money
I
to the
can
Red
do it.
Cross. No, come on. Sure. Oriane, I'm awfully sorry about what happened.
I hope you are.
It was pretty rotten of me to take it for granted.
Why did you propose to me anyway? I'm sure it wasn't for the usual reasons.
Well, it certainly isn't the place to give you all my unusual reasons. I'm sorry I took it for granted that you had accepted.
So am I. You weren't particularly delicate with Mr. Way.
No. I'll apologize to him also. What is it?
He didn't come.
Afraid of the public?
I'm afraid he is.
Only one thing will ever make Way come out of his shell.
What?
Something strong enough to make him eager to defy public opinion.
If he keeps feeling the way he does now, all his life will be one prison after another.
Yes. And if you keep feeling towards me the way you do now, mine will be the same. That's true, you know. Oh, dear. All down but 6? Let's see, that's 4.
What's that? It's all down but 6.
That's 4.
So what did I do? Never mind, my
You can play 2 games, Dr. Taylor. It's your turn, Oriane.
Did Rosie play before me?
Oh, come on, Rosie, play.
Huh? Oh, I wonder if there's a telephone here. I want to call the house and see how David is. I'll go with you, Oriane.
Come on, you take the alley.
Take the alley. You take the alley.
Let me see you make a strike, Dr. Taylor.
I don't dare. I've got 2 strikes on me now.
Not the same time. Where are you going now?
Oh, you want to call and see how David is feeling.
Let Rosalie go. It's your turn to bowl, Oriane.
All right, let's see how good you are, Oriane. Let's see how many strikes there are in this bowling alley for us.
All right. I got 3 last time. Oh, Rosie, will you call and see how David is feeling? All right, Oriane. Have you got any call? I'll give you a little. I'll give you a little from top.
Come on, Oriane. Now take care of it now.
Yes.
Now we'll see that we get a good one for you. Now, let's see. Maybe we can take this. Yeah, this dark one. Now, we'll use this ball, Oriane. That's right. That's it. No, Jesus, what's the thing? Yes, that's right. Now, that's the light one.
It's heavy.
Yes, you'll just have to exercise a little. All right. Now you just let it slide down nice and easy. That's it. Yes. Now, that's it.
Oh, it's crooked.
Because you gave it the same kind of twist you gave me.
Oh.
Is it all right to say I love you? Is it? Oh, yeah, aren't you listening to me? Yes.
Right.
Uh-huh.
All of them. It was an accident.
Sammy, it's your turn. I'll mark it. Mrs. Goldberg, you're playing the other alley.
I'm playing the other alley now.
That's
But I said, then I'm not playing the other
Yeah, we're playing two.
All right, darling. All right, so from one strike for Oriane. Who's marking the score by strike for Oriane?
Yeah, you take care of it.
So who goes now? Did Rosie go to call? Yes. You sit down, darling, and then let's watch. Come. Did you mark my strike? Come.
Yeah, it's all taken care of right here. Oriane.
Yes.
Sit down.
Thank you.
I marked your strike, but the one you bowled against me or the one on the alley?
Both.
Oriane, do you mind if I tell you occasionally how much I love you?
No.
Well, would you mind if I told you now?
If you get any pleasure out of it?
Well, I most certainly...
Oh.
So, Mr. Way has the courage to come out into the open. Who gave it to him, Oriane? You?
Mr. Way slowly walked down the gauntlet of eyes that watched him. What made him dare the hostility of the town, the public opinion, and the public stares?
Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer. Happy New Year, Casey. Happy New Year, Ethelbert.
Same to you, Marvin.
Hey, you know this 1948 is going to be a great year.
Why so?
Well, don't you know? It's leap year.
And just what can leap year mean to you?
Why, I'm surprised at you, Ethelbert. Don't you know that means an extra Thursday?
So what?
So what? That extra Thursday gives me an extra chance to say that Anchor Hocking is the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, Hot New Year's Party. Nine on the morning of New Year's Day. And to some people, that hour on that day can be very bleak and dismal. Ethelbert, the head bartender of the Blue Note Cafe, is obviously not one of those unfortunates, for we find him in the morning.
Oh, what a beautiful thing. Hi, Walter.
Yeah,
bring up 2 more bottles of aspirin. They're going to be our best sellers today.
okay.
Oh, what a beautiful... Well, look who's here. Happy New Year, Casey. And same to you, Miss Williams. What's the matter with you two?
Ask Walter to bring us a couple of cups of coffee, pal.
Strong and black.
And slip me an aspirin tablet.
Make that a double order.
Hey, Walter, draw 2.
Coming up. What's Hermit Chittison doing here? Practicing at this hour in the morning?
He couldn't get home on account of the snow. He slept here all night.
Oh.
Here's some special headache medicine for you to stay out all night.
We haven't been stay out all night.
I know. Like good, sensible folks, you left the party early, just before daylight. And then you got all of an hour's sleep before you had to come to work on an 8 a.m. shift.
He's a wise guy, Annie.
Yeah.
You should have been like me. I wasn't on duty last night, but did I spend my leisure time in idle revelry? I did not. At 12 o'clock, my sister Edna and me wished one another a happy new year over a glass of good, healthful milk. Then I retired and enjoyed a fine, refreshing sleep. So, on this beautiful morning, you find me full of vim, vigor, and vitamins. Have another aspirin on the house.
Shall I kill this guy quickly, Annie? Listen, vim, vigor, and vitamins. The reason Miss Williams and I feel beat up is that ever since a few minutes after we reported for work this morning, we've been inhaling smoke.
Smoke?
There was another warehouse fire this morning near Chatham Circle.
That's the only New Year's party we've attended, and it was a red-hot one, too.
Bad fire, huh?
Yeah, plenty bad.
Oh, here's Walter with our coffee.
Oh, thanks, Walter. Happy New Year. Boys are welcome, too.
Thanks, Walter.
Okay.
Your papers kind of hinted that them warehouse fires lately have been arson jobs, Miss Williams.
Oh, we're morally certain of it, Ethelbert. And that Jake Schultz is the man behind them.
He and his mob make a deal with the owners of them places to split the fire insurance, huh?
That's right. That's the racket.
Skinny Jake Schultz is a pretty smart cookie, I hear. Neither the cops or the fire inspectors has ever got anything on him.
Yeah, well, if he's behind the torch job we just covered, he isn't so smart. And this one let somebody in for a hot seat rap.
What do you mean?
Well, the fire was set at night, and there was a human being in the building, an old watchman. That means arson in the first degree. The watchman got out all right, but a fireman was killed by falling timbers. And when death is caused through commission of first-degree arson, it becomes first-degree murder.
And a reliable witness says that he saw 3 men run out of the warehouse a few minutes before the fire was discovered.
He's given the police a first-class description of them.
Was one of them Schultz?
No, of course not. Dick doesn't do any firebug stuff himself. If one of those three guys is caught and sings, it's going to be too bad for his boss man. Annie, how about some more coffee?
No, we don't have time, Casey.
That's
We've
right.
got to get out to Barstow College.
Well, there's no hurry about that. We
Yes,
don't...
there is. City desk wants the dope on Professor Wendell right away.
Well, who's Professor Wendell and what's he doing?
Oh, he's a teacher at Barstow College. He went for a walk last night and he hasn't come back.
Now, the professor who shares an apartment with Wendell just reported his disappearance to the Missing Persons Bureau.
Oh, he thinks the guy has met with foul play?
That's right. Well, if we must, we must, Annie. Come on, let's get started at Professor Gerber's place.
But this Professor Gerber's the one who reported the mysterious vanishing of this Professor Wendell.
That's right. After we waste our time with him, Wendell will undoubtedly show up with a perfectly good reason for staying out all night.
Well, I'm perfectly willing to waste time on such cases today. I'd like to start the new year safely and sanely.
Me too, Annie, me too. To establish a precedent for 1948, no jams and no trouble, nothing but peace, sweetness, and light.
Instead of just a hope, why don't you two make that a New Year's resolution?
Well, that's a good idea, pal.
Excellent. We here highly resolve.
That for the coming year,
And starting now.
no jams,
No trouble.
nothing but peace, sweetness, and light.
Professor Wendell and I have shared this apartment for over 5 years, Miss Williams, ever since he lost his wife. I know him, and I'm certain he wouldn't stay out all night without notifying me if he was able to do so.
Oh, when did you see him last, Professor Gerber?
He attended a New Year's party at the Teachers' Club, a most decorous affair, I assure you. Shortly after toasting the arrival of the New Year with a glass of sherry, he left saying he was going to take a bus to Chatham Circle.
Chatham Circle?
He liked to wander around there.
That's a tough neighborhood.
I know it, Mr. Casey, and I have repeatedly warned Professor Wendell to keep out of such neighborhoods, especially after dark. But to him, they were most interesting because of the criminal element he found there.
He was interested in the criminal element?
Very much so. Frankly, instead of the brilliant authority on ancient civilizations which Professor Wendell has been for many years, I am certain that he would rather have been a private detective.
An amateur Sherlock Holmes.
He more particularly admired a fictional character called Dr. Thorndyke.
Casey, if he was snooping around Chatham Circle early this morning, he may have seen something he wasn't supposed to see.
Yeah, that warehouse fire was started early this morning, Annie.
A warehouse fire?
Look, will you give us a description of your friend, Professor Gerber?
Clarence Wendell is a small man, about 5 feet 3, I should say,
Yeah.
and he weighs not more than 130 pounds. He has light blue eyes, thin gray hair, and wears gold-rimmed spectacles. Last night he wore a dark blue overcoat, black felt hat.
Casey.
Professor, did you give that description to the cops when you reported him missing?
Oh, of course. I gave them a photograph of Clarence.
And it didn't mean anything to them?
Mean anything?
Well, it exactly fits a witness description of one of 3 men who ran out of the Chatham Circle warehouse early this morning, just before it caught on fire.
I don't understand.
Well, the Missing Persons Bureau men who talked to Professor Gerber wouldn't necessarily know about that arson business, Annie.
Oh, no, that's right. It's being handled by the homicide squad.
Will you please explain?
Now, there's more important things to do first, Professor, if you don't mind. Where's your phone? I want to call Captain Logan of Homicide and get him to check with missing persons right away.
That's all you're going to do, Casey. Just phone. Remember our New Year's resolution.
Casey, I got hold of that warehouse witness right after you phoned me. When he looked at the photograph Missing Persons had of Professor Wendell, he identified it immediately.
Wendell was the little guy you saw coming out of the warehouse, Logan, right?
Yeah, between the 2 other men. He hasn't been able to identify the others from pictures in our criminal file.
But the witness saw Wendell between the other guys?
Yeah. Now he recalls that both had a grip on the little man's arms.
Well, when Professor Wendell was playing detective last night, he accidentally stumbled onto the arsonists while they were setting the fire. And they kidnapped him to keep him quiet.
That's the way it looks, Miss Williams. Which doesn't help us find Wendell or the firebug.
Well, like the fire inspectors, you think that Jake Schultz mob is behind it?
Sure, but suspicion and proof are very different things. We haven't a single lead to work on.
Professor Wendell's a definitely...
He's a definite complication.
Huh?
If 2 of Schultz's torches put the snatch on him this morning because he caught him setting a fire, they probably bumped him off by now.
Oh. Logan, I don't think Professor Wendell has been bumped off. Why?
Casey, the gang won't dare let him live if he saw what we think he did.
Oh, they'll give him the works eventually, Annie. But Jake Schultz is going to do a whole lot of thinking before he okays a murder that would hit the front pages and stay there. Logan, Jake's in the fire business, but he does his best to avoid strong heat.
Yeah. I'll have Skinny Jake and his mob brought in. We'll force information out of him.
No, you won't force anything out of Jake or his mob. That's been tried before.
Do you know of anything else we can try?
I can try something.
You?
Yeah.
What?
I'll have to keep to myself. There can't be any cops in the picture, Logan.
Meaning you know some crook who might be persuaded to spill?
Meaning you ask no questions and I answer none, now or later.
Okay. Help me find Professor Wendell alive, and you can write your own ticket.
Attaboy, Logan. Thank you. I'll get started right away. Now, stick around your office here, and I'll phone you after I make my contact.
I'll be near the phone.
So long.
Oh, I'm going with you. See you later, Captain.
Okay, Miss Williams. And carry your luckiest horseshoe, Casey.
Yeah, I guess I'll need it, pal.
Oh, what are you going to do, Casey?
Annie, I'm going to leave you as soon as we reach the street door.
Not unless you tell me what this is all about.
Look, kid, I can't tell anyone.
Well, then I'll trail you.
Well, if you do, you may wreck the one chance of finding Professor Wendell alive.
Okay. Well, just tell me one thing, off the record. Where are you going?
Completely off the record, Annie. Nick Morrow's tavern.
Oh, the Schultz mob hangs out at Nick Morrow's. Jake Schultz owns the place.
Yeah?
Casey, you'll be sticking your neck out down there. Quite a few of the mob know you. Schultz knows you.
I'll be okay, Annie.
Well, maybe. Resolutions are so easily broken, Casey, we should only have hoped for a safe and sane 1948.
Today, a lot of you probably met jadeite dinnerware for the first time, because jadeite is the perfect solution to the problem raised by an unusually large number of guests. Jadeite cups and saucers, jadeite dessert plates and salad plates, jadeite dinner plates, soup plates, vegetable bowls, and platters are as lovely as Chinese porcelain. They're as heat-proof as the Fire King oven glass you use for baking, yet they're so inexpensive that you can buy all the extra pieces you need for entertaining without making a dent in your budget. For example, jadeite cups and saucers cost only 15 cents for the 2 pieces, and you can buy a complete 35-piece dinner service for 6 for less than $5. Now, you'll find jadeite dinnerware at chain stores, hardware stores, department stores, and all other stores selling chinaware and glass. Ask for jadeite by name. Now it's spelled Jadeite. Jadeite, newest triumph of anchor hocking. The most famous name in glass.
No, Red Monahan ain't in the back room, Casey. He ain't been in the joint at all today. Well, I'll stick around, Nick. You'll probably be in later. Give me a beer, will you? Okay. The bar do a big New Year's business last night, Nick? I can't complain. You still running with the cops, Casey? Why, Nick, I don't know what you mean. I'm a newspaper guy. Sure, I know. Here's your beer. Thanks, Nick. What do you want to see Red Monahan about? If it's any of your business, Nick, I want to thank him for the Christmas card he sent me.
You've been waiting here over an hour for me, Casey?
That's okay, Red. That's okay.
Oh, it ain't okay. You're one guy I wouldn't keep waiting for no reason.
Well, let's sit down here. Over the corner table there, and we can talk privately.
Yeah, okay. Hey, Nick, we're going to sit down. Bring me and my pal Casey a drink.
Okay, Red.
Come on, Casey. It's good to see you. Here, take a load off your face.
Thanks.
Now, what's on your mind?
I'm going to ask a favor of you, Red.
Favor?
Yeah.
I owe you a debt, fella. One I can't ever pay. My only kid would be dead if it wasn't for you. I'll never forget how you pulled her out of the river when she was drowning.
Here's your drinks.
Oh, thanks, Nick.
That's all, Nick, thanks.
Tell me, what can I do for you, Casey?
I'll give it to you quick and straight, Red. I want Professor Wendell.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you do. I know how close you are to Schultz. Nick, I give him a word. But the cops don't know and won't know that I'm talking to you. All I want is that little professor, and I want him alive.
I ain't got the slightest idea what you're driving at, pal. I swear I ain't.
So you owe me a debt, Red. Under ordinary circumstances, that's a debt that only a heel would try to collect. But under these circumstances, I ask Wendell's life in exchange for your kid.
I can't give it to you. Because he's been killed? No, he ain't been killed. I tell you, I don't know anything about him.
You can't lie to me, Red. Look, you're a crook, but you're not a murderer. If you don't tell me where to find Professor Wendell, you'll be committing murder right now, just as surely as though you held a gun to the guy's head.
I ain't even seen the guy, Casey. I won't see him.
You know what I mean. Keep your nose clean, fella.
I ain't no squeal. I don't rat.
You're ratting on a debt. You owe me a life.
Okay, Casey, you come and clean with you. But I had no part in anything that happened this morning.
Where is the professor?
Being kept in an old house out in Bristol Road. While Schultz makes up his mind when and how to bump him over.
Where on Bristol Road?
East of Old Turnpike. Third farmhouse on the right-hand side.
Third farmhouse on the right, yeah.
Yeah, now get out of here, Casey. It's curtain for me if the mob finds out that I told
Nobody will ever find it out from me, Red. Thanks a million and so on.
So,
What's the matter?
So, you came out of the back room with two guys in the mob.
Hello, Red.
Hi, Jake. Hi, Maury. That's Vic, Sam. Yeah, hi.
Casey. I haven't seen you for a long time.
Well, I haven't been around your way, Schultz.
Nick phoned me a while ago that you were waiting here for our pal Red. Knowing how he feels about you on account of his kid, I decided to come over.
You in the back way?
Uh-huh. I've been sitting in the back room, listening through the wall.
Listening? You hurt?
Yeah, plenty. Walk into that back room, both of you. Your hands in sight. Get going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, we've got a car in the alley, and you two dopes are getting into it.
What are you going to do to it, Jake?
Yes, can't you, Red?
Yeah. And I ain't going to tell you. That goes for me, too, Red. You can clean these mugs up.
Don't shoot, guys. It might bring the cops.
This Casey's getting my gas, though.
No, he isn't.
You got him with your blackjack.
Yeah, Casey's on the picture now, Red.
Yeah, I got right under control, Jake. What's happened anyway?
I'm doing just that.
Now they both out cold.
Yeah, but not cold enough. You and Murray put him in the car, Sam, and we'll all go for a ride. That's a good spot, Sam. Stop the car.
Okay, boss.
Now, Red, this is the end of the ride for you and Casey.
Hey, they can't hear you, Jake.
Huh?
When you socked them back in Nick's joint, you done an A1 job.
Still out, eh?
And how?
All right, pull him out of the car and roll him into the ditch here.
Yeah. Give me your hand, Sam.
Hey, Maury. All right. What? Got him? Yeah, got him. Pull him back. All right.
All right, now get back in the driver's seat, Sam. You, Murray, give him each a slug through the head.
Me?
Yes, you heard me.
Hey, you're afraid of killing, ain't you, Jake?
Oh, I'm not afraid of it. I've just been smart enough to keep myself and you guys clear of it. Now we've got no choice.
But you want someone else to do it.
Well, do it if you haven't got the guts. Get back in the car.
Yeah, that suits me fine. Hey, what are you getting into?
I'll shoot from here. Sam, you ready to step on the gas when I do? This is the private road.
I'll be ready. I got the bus in gear and my foot on the clutch.
Let them guys in the ditch have it, Jake.
All right, I'm letting them have it.
Hey, a car's coming, boss. From behind us.
I see it. Get away, Sam.
I can't.
Hey, you only got one guy, Jake.
I can't do any more shooting now. Get away from that car behind us, Sam. Get away. Well, you certainly had that lucky horseshoe with you, Casey. We found Red Monahan lying beside you in the ditch with a bullet through his chest. You only had an X-sized lump on the back of your head.
Oh, Casey didn't get off so easy, Captain Logan. He was unconscious for almost 2 hours after he was brought to this hospital.
Well, the doc says he's all right now, Miss Williams.
Yeah, it's all right, honey. I'm okay.
I've been so worried.
Forget it, kid. They killed poor Red.
No. Oh, he's going to pull through. Doc didn't get him in a vital spot.
Oh, I'm glad of that. I'm glad. No, Red's more than a half-right guy, much more.
take it easy, pal. You were delirious for a while after they brought you here, and you did a lot of talking.
He kept saying that Red Monahan had told you that Professor Wendell was being held prisoner in a house on Bristol Road.
The old turnpike, third farmhouse on the right.
But I said all that when I was out.
Over and over.
Well, then you went to Bristol Road and found the professor.
And my guys went there, pal, but too late.
Schultz and the men with him evidently knew they hadn't killed the case.
They lost no time in taking Professor Wendell away. We found the house empty. Haven't any idea where they've taken him.
Well, you found a possible lead in that Bristol Road farmhouse, Captain. Go ahead, showcase it.
Lead?
That thing's no lead, Miss Williams. It merely proves that Professor Wendell was in the house.
What'd you find, Logan?
He found a belt.
A belt?
With Professor Wendell's initials on the buckle.
Now, take a look, pal. Miss Williams insists that these cuts in the edges of the belt mean something.
Well, they're fresh cuts, Casey. See?
Yeah. When we found the belt in a room where Wendell was probably held prisoner, we figured that those cuts might be some sort of a tip-off about where he'd been taken from there. It hasn't worked out that way.
Funny cuts, aren't they? Some straight, some slanting, and irregularly spaced.
Yeah, Wendell knew that an ordinary written message wouldn't help it. The men guarding him would have found it and destroyed it. I'm sure these cuts are a message in code.
Our cipher expert at headquarters didn't recognize it as any code.
Well, your chief cipher experts were taking New Year's Day off, Captain. The men on duty are apprentices.
Yeah.
Does that mean anything to you, Casey?
No, not a thing.
It makes it unanimous. They're Greek as far as all of us are concerned.
Greek? Annie, wait a minute. Professor Goebel told us that Wendell was an authority on ancient civilizations. Have you shown this belt to Gerber or whatever his name is, Logan?
No, but I phoned him.
All right, we're going to show it to him right now.
Casey! Casey, you can't get out of bed.
I'm out. Beat it, Annie. Come on, let me get dressed. I want to hear what Professor Gerber says when he sees this cut-up belt.
All right, I'm going.
You're right, Mr. Casey. The belt conveys a message.
It does, Professor Gerber?
Yes, in the oldest secret codes that history records. The ancient Spartans used it to convey secret military information. It is called citadel. Professor Wendell hoped to bring this to me, Captain Logan.
He did, huh?
He must have. He knew I'd be able to read it.
Oh, why are you wrapping that belt around your arm?
So that I may be able to decipher its markings, Miss Williams. You see, to write a citadel message, the ancients wrapped a strip of papyrus, long and narrow, like this belt, around a staff of predetermined circumference. Spirally, with the edge of each spiral joining that of another. Then on the joining edges, they wrote the secret information they wished to impart. When the strip was unwound from the staff, nothing but apparently idle markings were visible on its edges. Now, the belt is completely wound about my arm. See? Its message is safe?
No, not to me. All I see is that the edges of the cut meet.
But the cuts form letters, Captain.
Greek letters.
They're Greek, Logan. Ann knows she's been to college.
Well, what do they say?
In rough translation, they are taking me to Diana's house.
Diana's house?
Diana was the Roman name for the Greek goddess Artemis.
Say, I'm not a shark on the classics, but I get it.
So do I, Logan.
Well, I don't.
Neither do I.
Professor Gerber, Annie, the name of Skinny Jake Schultz's best girlfriend is Diana. And to get away from the classics entirely, it's Diana McGillicuddy.
I never thought Schultz would take Wendell to such an obvious hideout, Casey.
Neither did I, Logan, which means Schultz has been smarter than we are. Well, all right, let's go.
All set, Captain Logan. We have the joint surrounded.
Men are ready to break in from all sides, Sergeant?
As soon as they hear your whistle, sir.
I'll hear that as soon as I get to the front door. Now, you stay there, Casey.
Oh, no. I got a little personal matter to settle with Skinny Jake Schultz. I got a hunch he's in Diana's house.
You should still be in the hospital, you Sam.
All right, but I'm not. Okay, blow your whistle, pal.
I haven't got time to argue with you. This is it, guys.
They're coming in from all sides.
Pick him up. That means you, Schultz.
Oh, no, you're not going to take me.
You're wrong, Jake.
Oh, Casey.
I owed him that KO, Logan. And I owe these other two mugs something, too.
No.
We've given up.
Now, lay off, Casey.
Let me go, Logan. Let me go.
Cut it. This is a police job. You can take the pictures, but you can't make them.
Well, all right, Logan. But I want good shots. With Professor Wendell in them.
Where is Wendell, you mug?
He ain't been hurt. He's down in the cellar.
Sergeant, bring him up. I'll get my camera set.
You can't take pictures of the professor for the newspaper.
Hey, not for decent newspapers.
Why not, you mugs?
Oh, on account of...
Because, some way, the professor lost the belt that kept his pants up.
Yeah, and then some way, he lost his pants.
We'll join the crowd of the Blue Note in just a moment. You know, tonight we're nearing the end of the holiday season, and to those of you who are exhausted, here's a suggestion. A good hot cup of coffee, which you can prepare in an instant, without fuss, without work, and without waiting even a minute. Now, I'm talking about soluble coffee, the amazing scientific discovery which makes really delicious coffee available at a moment's notice. Now, all you need is a cup, a spoon, and a glass jar. The sanitary, convenient Anchor glass jar in which most of the better packers of soluble coffee bring you their products. The Anchor glass jar opens quickly and simply. There's no trouble in measuring, no waste in spilling, and even more important, glass jars protect the flavor and freshness of soluble coffee against moisture long after they're open. You'll be delighted by the delicious soluble coffees now on the market, particularly those that come to you in convenient Anchor glass containers sealed with Anchor caps. Both products of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Them pictures you took of Professor Wendell after he was rescued was very different, Casey. The first time I ever saw pictures of a college professor wrapped in a blanket. He looked just like an Indian.
Professor Wendell didn't like to have him taken that way, Ethelbert, even though Casey was responsible for his rescue. He was kind of burned up.
Yeah. He was as burned up as Jake Schultz and his hired firebugs are going to be.
No, they're facing murder and kidnapping charges. And with plenty of evidence to back them up.
As the result of Casey busting some nice New Year's resolutions, Miss Williams.
Yeah. The Safe and Sane, 1948.
You started swell. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Let's enlarge the idea. And no kidding.
You got something there, Ethelbert. All right, all together.
Happy New Year to everyone. Excuse me.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass, Anchor Glass Containers, Anchor Caps and Closures, all products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
Line 6 to 1 reporting in service. Starting mileage 28,379. 28,379. On station call to meet Unit 5-3 at Oberlin and Braddock.
Control 1 to 5-6-10-4. On station call 6:14 p.m. Starting night watch.
This is Don Reed, a police recorder. At the moment, you're in the back of Detective Unit 5-6, just reporting in service on the night watch. That was Sergeant Ron Perkins, radioing Control 1. In just a couple of minutes, we're going to meet Car 5-3 and pick up a detective from the forgery detail. But first, I want to remind you, these people are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is what happens on the night watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, Presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California. W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. And now we switch you to car 5-6, already on investigation somewhere in the field, and to police recorder Don Reed.
It's 6:48 p.m., and at the moment we're en route to a Bay City to attempt to pick up a hot check suspect. Briefly, this is the picture. A few moments ago, we picked up Detective Hanson's forgery detail. He has definite information that a suspect wanted for cashing bad checks is now in a bar in Santa Monica. Just at this moment, we're going over a hill. Below us, the lights of this Bay City. And beyond, the Pacific Ocean with, hundreds of little sailboats out there in the harbor, just barely visible in the semi-darkness. Hanson's going to use the radio now.
Go ahead. Will you call West L.A. and tell them to have Sergeant Barr meet me in the parking lot behind the Georgian Hotel on Ocean Street in Santa Monica. He's expecting the call.
Well, how come Barr can identify this guy? Was he in the market at the time?
On Friday and Saturday night, Barr works there extra watching the check casher stand. And when this fellow tried to cash the check, they recognized the name because it said Stuckham on a whole bunch of checks before he picked up the last guy. And as soon as they made him, he run out of the store, Barr right after him. He went over that concrete wall fence in the back a little faster than Barr did and got away. So I told him I was meeting tonight. If we made the meet, he would be down for me to give him a call, he'd come down and see if he could identify him. See if it was the guy.
Well, that's the deal. If the suspect is in the bar, we'll hold him and see if the other officer can identify him. We're swinging into the hotel parking lot.
You want to go through the back door, Hanson, and I'll go into the front way?
We'll take up station here behind a couple of palm trees. There's a clear view straight through to the bar. I can see right through the front door. About 8 or 10 people are sitting on the stools there. One note I forgot to add. This suspect is a 3-time loser on the same charge. His record shows 3 arrests and 3 prison terms. In fact, I understand he just got out of jail, or joint, as some of the prisoners call it. Of course, as you heard, his big mistake. He left the market in such a hurry he forgot his driver's license. Now, Sergeant Perkins is coming through the front door and is meeting Detective Hanson. They're talking with someone at the bar. It's too dark to identify. The 3 are coming this way. Now, that's our boy, all right. I recognize him from the mug photo. Let's get a good look at the suspect under the lights. Tall, thin, sallow complexion. Well, we're all getting in the car now. The LA officer will be along in just a moment. And see if he can identify the suspect. Meanwhile, let's see what he has to say.
I've been in trouble with my record. What thanks going to happen?
Well, how about the checks?
I blew my top one night and made a mistake.
And now about your old operator's license. Where is it?
That I don't know.
Now, don't give me any baloney.
I'm not. I'm giving it to you straight. I don't know.
Were you in Thrift Mart and tried to cash that check?
No, sir. No, sir. Absolutely
You
not.
tried to cash a check there where you'd cashed some before. They recognized the name and chased you out. And Sergeant Barr of West L.A. chased you, and you got away from him when you jumped over the brick fence in the back.
That wasn't me.
You sure?
I'm positive.
What if he saw you?
Well, I wouldn't know whether he saw me or not. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know who you're talking about, so that I didn't have anything to do with.
Well, where did you lose your operator's license?
Well, I don't know. I think I lost it when I first came back.
After you came bach from the joint?
Yeah. I don't know. Just one day I happened to look for my license and I didn't have it. I mean...
How long have you been out of the joint?
Summer.
How much time did you spend up there?
A year. I might look like the guy or something. I don't know. I mean, that's part I wouldn't know. But I sure as heck am not the guy.
This the only check you have out?
The one I was telling him about.
There's none other anywhere else?
No.
What's going to happen the next time you get drunk?
I'm not going to get drunk. I'm working now, and
How'd you find out that you'd written the check if you were drunk that night?
I didn't even know I'd written it.
There's Sergeant Barr now.
Yeah.
Pulling in beside our car, the officer who possibly can identify the suspect. Let's get out of the car. Sergeant's coming over. Studying the suspect.
I would say yes. I have a copy of his operator's license.
You have?
I can check his thumbprint against the one on his operator's license.
Well, he doesn't deny the operator's license. That's where he lives. On paper, but he says that just after he got out of the joint that he lost his operator's license.
What's an operator's license or a chauffeur's license?
Chauffeur's license.
Well, you lost your chauffeur's license to me. You're lucky you didn't get a little lid. I don't think so. Well, I think so. You recall down at Circuit Mart when you passed the check? I mean, we're not kidding each other, and it's just a matter of fact. And to me, you appear to be the one. And when I check the operator's license against the thumbprint, well, I'll be satisfied. Other witnesses can identify you. And it fell up on top of the roof, threw a brick at you, but he missed you when you went over the fence. In fact, you have another check out that you passed at the same market prior to this time that you didn't pick up. Do you recall that?
Oh, yeah. I recall if you're talking about the market up there on Venice Boulevard,
Yeah, so
I recall.
Why did you run that day?
Well, as far as the checks are concerned at that market, yes, you're very correct. I have passed the check there.
Oh.
And for that, I did time for it.
See, and
yes, sir, you're so right.
How about
there.
the one that you passed there the day you ran? There's no use of denying it. It's a matter of fact now. I mean, we're not trying to put anything on you that doesn't belong on you, but they still have the check. They still have your chauffeur's license. What you lost, that is true, but you lost it at the market that day, not after you get out of the joint. Am I that right? It's just a matter of getting witnesses to prove it, that's all, which are available. A little hard up for dough, is that it?
Well, the suspect, as you heard, denies all knowledge of the crime, so he's being placed in the back seat of our car, and the officers are walking over here for a little private conference. Let's go off the car now and see if he tells the same story when the officers are not around. You don't think you fooled that officer by any chance, do you?
Say, if I had never been in no trouble in my life, I'd have said, yeah, I'm a loser. So what am I going to do? Stand up there and say I'm the guy? I got to fight it out all the way.
Well, I knew this sergeant had you made the minute he came up.
I'm spotted right now. I had the same coat on. Of all times, I happen to have this on tonight. I haven't worn this in 3 weeks, and I happen to have it on tonight. Same coat.
Well, that's why he didn't have any trouble spotting you.
Sure.
The minute he walked up.
I knew when I heard. I knew he was going to make. I knew he was going to make me. I knew that.
You got up pretty early to fool him, I'll be honest with you.
Well, I wasn't trying to fool anybody. Well, I was. Till, I mean, in a way, yes, I was trying to fool somebody. But when I walked up here tonight, I figured that I was going.
When that sergeant made you?
Yeah, well, I figured then I was going for sure. So I didn't think there was any chance then. Any chance at all to get out.
How'd you have to go into that place to try to pass that hot check?
I remember that. I mean, I didn't say anything. He hollered to stop or I'll shoot. And I said, I'd shoot. But at the time, I mean, it wouldn't have mattered to me because I knew what it meant to me. If the man turns me back, I know where I'm going. 1 to 14 years, and I'm not about to do no 1 to 14 years.
Okay. You're what are you, a 2-time loser?
3.
3-time loser?
3-time loser.
That's it, boy. You had it.
That's right. I've had it. Exactly.
Okay, pal. I'm going over and talk with the officers.
Edmund.
Yeah, what's up?
I was talking to the suspect off the record. He admits passing the bad checks and the escape.
Yeah? All we got to do is have him admit it to us now.
You'll hear him. I recorded the whole thing on tape.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of a detective unit on its tour of duty. The people and sounds you hear are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. And now we switch you back to car 56 on patrol and to police recorder Don Reed.
We've been back on patrol for better than an hour. A few moments ago, we received a call from car 52. They were holding a suspect and requested that we meet them. That's all the information we have. But we'll find out more about it in just a moment because right ahead, the flashing lights of a police unit. Officer Cameron has a young fellow in custody. His partner, Paul Good, coming over. Let's go over and see what this is all about.
What do you got, Paul?
Well, the partner and I were cruising along, and we saw this kid walking down the street and had a pretty strange-looking package under his arm. So we turned around and shook him down, found out the kid's packing a 16-gauge shotgun. Got about 3 boxes of ammo with him, a cartridge belt full. Just wandering aimlessly around this time of night.
The boy?
Yeah.
I've seen him before. We've booked him on burglary. In fact, the other night, I stopped him for shooting BB guns at a car.
Right. Looking over at the young fellow, he appears to be about 15 or 16, wearing Levi's with a GI cartridge belt wrapped around his middle. Sergeant Perkins is talking with the boy, so let's move right on over there.
Right over here by Culver Center? You got a receipt for it?
No.
How much you pay for it?
Without the tax, it was $22.55.
They sold it to you?
Yeah. Walked in, says, I want to buy a shotgun. Those are shells. Says, I want to buy a shotgun. He sold me those, too.
Anybody's been arrested on a felony is not permitted to have a gun.
You're not going to get the guy in trouble, are you?
Yes, we are. He sells a minor a gun, we certainly are. Take him up there.
Well, the young fellow is being placed in the back seat of car 52.
We're not going in the station. Take him in, too.
Here in the office of the Detective Bureau, the young boy picked up with a shotgun is just coming into the room, sitting across the desk from Sergeant Perkins. Not too worried about this problem, apparently, despite the fact among his previous arrests is burglary, a felony, which makes this charge of having a gun in his possession a very serious one.
How long ago would that be?
Oh, a couple weeks before we moved.
Your folks don't know that you have it?
Mm-mm.
What are they going to say?
I don't know what my dad's going to say. My mother won't say much.
Where were you going tonight with it?
I was taking it out of the bus stop. I was going to hide it in the weeds, see? And then in the morning, when I go down to the bus stop, pick it up and take it in the bus, because I couldn't take the chance of taking it out of the house with me. I mean, taking it out of the garage, taking it down the alley there and out.
Where were you going to take the gun?
Redondo Beach.
Why?
See, that's where a friend of mine lives. We go hunting up there. And way up in behind there, there's real nice hills for hunting. Hawks, not many rabbits, rattlesnakes, and...
Do you know how to handle that gun?
Mm-hmm.
You ever fired it?
Nope.
You ever fired a shotgun?
Yeah, I used a 12 and I've used a 16.
Do you know it's against the law for you to have one in your possession?
I had a faint idea about it, but I wasn't sure whether it was against the law for... I knew it was against the law for me to have it because my parents don't know I've got it. And I bought it... I don't know whether you'd consider it buying it illegal. I told the guy my parents said it was okay, so he sold it to me.
When were you arrested for burglary? What was the date? In February this year?
You mean
the first time?
The tools deals?
Yeah.
I don't know.
First part of this year, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's why I see when everybody picked me up and they asked me, why did you fire the tools? I said, I didn't know. Well, it was for the money to get the gun. And see, I was starting collecting right then. And a couple times since, my mother's found little bits of money. I told her I was saving up for other things, but I was saving it for the gun. And seeing I was going to sell those tools for $10, and I already had $15, and that's all I needed to buy the gun. But then you caught me on that deal, so I didn't get the 10.
The other day when I talked to you, I told you about those BB guns. And within 2 days after that, you're out firing BB guns again. Seems to me you don't learn.
I wasn't going to hurt anything with a gun.
You don't consider hurting anything or anybody by stealing the money to buy the gun.
But I didn't steal the money to buy the gun. I was going to steal the money, but you caught me for it, so then I had to save it out of my other money.
Well, looks like you want to spend a little time with us tonight.
Why?
For having that shotgun. Apparently, somebody doesn't have proper control over you. You're here on one burglary.
Yeah, but I didn't steal the gun.
I'm not talking about stealing a gun. It's possession. It's illegal. Even under the age of 18. You knew it was wrong. Otherwise, you'd have told your parents about it. You knew your parents wouldn't approve of your having that gun.
They don't trust me with a gun.
I don't either. That's why you're here. Take him upstairs. Put him in the cell.
The boy is being escorted from the office. He will be held here temporarily, at least until the investigation is completed. About 45 minutes have passed since we talked to the young boy. Meanwhile, the sergeant put in a call for the owner of the store where the gun was purchased. He has just entered the office. Nervous, not quite sure what it's all about.
I wanted to get some information. Do you sell any firearms down there at your store?
Well, we sell 22s once in a while, and we take orders on them. We don't actually
Any
stock
shotguns down there?
We don't stock them at all.
Do you sell any? Have you sold any in the last couple of months down there?
I think we sold one.
Who was that to? Do you remember?
Some young fella.
How old was he?
About 16, I guess.
How about shotgun shells?
Yes, we sold the same fella shells.
Are you the owner of the store there?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the ordinance that prohibits the sale of firearms to minors?
Actually, I'm not familiar one way or the other with it.
Have you been informed relative to selling of firearms?
No.
Radio car officers, Officer Cameron and Officer Good, picked up a 16-year-old boy tonight carrying a shotgun and all these shotgun shells. He purchased the shotgun from your store. As far as we're concerned, it's a very serious thing.
This kid has been now. This one, I honestly don't know when he started to buy them. They've been coming in and buying shells. Now, whether he came in once with his father or not, I don't know. But he had been looking at this gun for months and months and said his father finally gave him permission to get it. And he brought in fact, it took us maybe 3-4 weeks to get the gun for him. And that's how we sold it to him.
Well,
but I actually thought that he had his father's consent.
His parents know nothing about the gun whatsoever.
See, he said his parents gave him the money.
But he is a juvenile, and it's your responsibility to...
I realize that now. Believe me, I guess I have to take the full responsibility for it. I realize the seriousness. Really, I do.
Well, it's more serious than I think than you realize, because this boy is not the type of boy that should have a gun. Somebody might have gotten hurt. And if somebody had gotten hurt, you would be criminally responsible, the same as the boy and his parents. Now, we have no alternative in this particular case but to request that the city attorney file a complaint against you.
I have no...
But I would suggest that in the future that you refrain from selling any type of a deadly weapon.
Well, I definitely will. I mean, I'm just sick, that's all. I've never done anything wrong. I've always tried to do the right thing. all. Thank God nobody was hurt. I mean, I'm not trying to ease myself. I'm just sick, that's all, really. I just hope that...
one thing, the thing that probably is saving a lot of trouble is the fact the officers spotted him before somebody got hurt with a gun.
I'm just sick about it. I'll go outside. My wife will give me worse than what you did so far. But I really am very sick about this thing. And anything that I can do, I will do.
Okay, sir.
I've always been cooperative, and I certainly wouldn't want to do anything that was...
Well, I'll drop down first part of the week and discuss it with you. I'm sure we'll work out. Okay, thank you for coming in.
Most of the investigation is over on this case. We're on the last lap. That is, we're about to notify the parents of this young fellow with a shotgun. Now we're just pulling up in front of his house. Up the walk. It's a modest home here in the suburbs. A couple of bikes and some roller skates on the porch. Young, attractive woman coming to the door. Screen's open. Sergeant is advising her of the problem.
Right now, Mr. Merrick. I went from the show, and I thought it was at a kid's house, and I was just sick.
Okay.
Oh, come on. What happened now?
Well,
we're moving furniture
that's
here.
right. He was carrying a shotgun down here earlier this evening.
A shotgun?
Shotgun.
You mean a real shotgun?
Real shotgun. A bunch of shotgun shells. He bought the gun about a month and a half ago from this store over here. They sold it to him. We talked to the manager. He's admitted it, and we're filing action against him for selling to a minor.
Oh, I've been so mad at them. They've sold shells, and he's given them to other kids, and they'll sell anything to any kid. No matter who it is, they'll sell anything if they have the money.
Well, we're putting a stop to it because we're filing action against them on that basis.
Well, we had everything settled yesterday. We talked it all over, and we're going to take him to a doctor and have treatment, and I can hardly talk. I got so upset when I got home. We decided that everything would be okay, and we would let him have psychiatric treatment, which we thought would straighten him out and all that. He shouldn't be out at night, and I haven't let him be. So tonight we wanted to go to the drive-in, and we asked him to go, and he didn't want to go to the drive-in. I got home, and he wasn't home.
Well, we were trying to get hold of this first chance we had to get back down here.
Have you done anything, though? I mean, can he come home?
Yes, we can be released.
Oh, I'm telling you.
But the fact that the trouble he's been in and the fact that he was carrying this gun, he could have gotten into trouble. Somebody could have gotten hurt. That's a pretty deadly weapon, that shotgun. Well, if you want to, can you go get your car?
Yes.
You want to go on down and I'll notify them to release
Do I have to go in there again?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Check them out.
Okay, let's go.
Well, the problem seems fairly well squared away. The boy will be released to his mother.
I'll be right back. Well, get your PJs on, honey.
All right, and I'll call him and tell him to let him go. Good night.
Let's get back to our radio car.
Five 6 to 1.
Throw 1 to 5-6. Go ahead.
5-6, on our present call in regards to the possession of a shotgun, will you release the juvenile to his mother? She'll be at the station in about 5 minutes. I'll sign the necessary papers when I 1019.
Control 1 to 5-6, 10-4. Will do.
You know, Perk, I had a mania for guns when I was a kid, too. You know, maybe this whole thing could have been avoided if he had a dad like mine. He used to take me hunting.
Could be.
What you have just heard is real, recorded as it actually happened. And now, back to Police Headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's first investigation involving the suspect passing bad checks. The case took an unusual twist inasmuch as the suspect denied any knowledge of the crime when first questioned by the officers. However, after listening to his recorded admission, he confessed he was the man who had attempted escape after passing the bad check. The final investigation of the boy illegally possessing a shotgun showed where we must have the cooperation of store owners where firearms are sold. Many tragedies will be avoided in the future if tonight's case is well remembered. No police department can cooperate efficiently without the eyes and ears of the American public. To further that cause is the reason we bring you Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following the on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and described in the field by the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Anything else, Mr. Vance?
Not that I can think of at the moment, Miss Williams. Let me know when Miss Deering comes in, will you, please?
Yes, sir. Oh, it's time for the news, Mr. Vance. Shall I turn on the radio?
It's the only way I know of that I can hear the news, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Here we are.
Mr. Markham didn't call this morning, did he, Miss Williams?
Why, no, sir. We haven't heard from the district attorney since the movie murder case, Mr. Vance. I guess he must be busy, huh?
I guess so.
And that's the news from Washington. On the local scene, police are baffled over a mysterious murder that occurred about midnight last night. Jane Green, daughter of wealthy merchant Eric Green, was found stabbed to death near her home. Neither her distraught parents nor her sister Penny could advance a motive for her death. Police Sergeant Heath has all available men working on the case, although lack of clues may hinder their operation. Heath disclosed. Other
Please
local
turn that
news
off, Miss Williams.
include the finding of a kitten.
Another murder, huh, Mr. Vance? And the radio said that the police are baffled.
The police aren't the only ones, Miss Williams. I'm a little puzzled myself. You're sure Mr. Markham didn't phone me?
I'm positive. You could call him, you know, Mr. Vance.
Yes, I know, but... Oh, don't bother, Miss Williams. I'll get it.
Oh.
Vance speaking.
Hello, Vance. Markham.
Well, how are you, my friend? I rather expected this call, but I expected it earlier.
What do you mean?
I just heard over the radio about the mysterious murder of Jane Green. I understand there are no clues.
Well, yes, that's right, Vance, but some will turn up. They always do, you know. I just called to check with you and tell you I'll be busy on this case for some time, so we won't be able to get together.
Markham, don't you...
Don't I want you to work on this case, Vance? I don't think so. Sergeant Heath and his men will find something. Thanks just the same, Vance. I'll be talking to you. Bye.
Goodbye.
What are you thinking about, Mr. Vance?
Miss Williams, Mr. Markham doesn't want me on this case. He has a reason, he thinks. But I think I know what that reason is.
City desk, Daniels.
Joe, it's McNamara. Give me a rewrite, man. I've got something high.
Give it to me, Mac. I'll take it.
Get ready. Here it is. I'll give it to you fast. You can check the spelling when I'm finished.
Shoot.
Well, police were combing the city for the mysterious slayer of 20-year-old Jane Green. The killer struck again. Penny Green, older sister of the dead girl, was murdered in the identical manner.
I got it.
Her body discovered by a passerby in an alley near the Green Mansion.
Yeah?
A singular feature of the killings, aside from the fact that a knife was used in both instances, was the fact that neither of the victims wore any makeup whatsoever. The meaning of this clue, if it is a clue, is still vague, Sergeant Heath of the Homicide Department admitted. That's all so far.
I got it, Mac. You don't have to check the spelling. Better keep on the yarn. It's page 1. We'll shoot whatever you give us into the later editions.
Right. Okay, Joe. You know what happens if the cops turn up the killer.
I know, Mac. You'll call me back.
Keith, I don't want to be hard-boiled, but there must be something on those 2 murders that you've turned up. You've been working on them all day.
Oh, I'm sorry, D.A. I've had men all over the greenhouse. I've had them checking the lives of those 2 girls. Something will crack.
Something better, Heath. Eric Green is an important man. Have you spoken to him?
Well...
Have there been any threats made against him or his family?
He and his wife have been under a doctor's care, but I got to him for a while. Now, nobody tried to hold the guy up for dough, and he can't give us any leads at all.
Heath, we've got to find that murderer and find him fast. It looks like whoever it is wants to wipe out the entire Green family. You've got to get me some action.
Oh, we're working, D.A.
Work harder, then. Get me some results.
Look, D.A., how is it you haven't brought in your friend Philo Vance on this case?
Well, never mind how it is. This is a police case, and you represent the police department.
Well...
That's all, Heath. Call me if anything breaks.
Okay, Mr. Markham, but I still don't know why you didn't call in Vance.
You know something, Daddy?
What?
I just seem to fit into your arm. Isn't that wonderful?
What's wonderful about it? I tried you for size before I decided you'd be my girlfriend. Nice party?
You throw the best parties in town, Daddy.
What's with this daddy business? Am I old enough to be your old man?
Oh, Daddy, you're so silly. When I call you Daddy, I don't mean Daddy. I mean Daddy.
Okay, so I'm daddy. Hey, Peggy, how about a dance with the company, huh?
Oh.
Hey, everybody. Peggy's gonna dance.
Oh, please, Daddy, not now. Later. All right.
It's up to you, baby. Hey, everybody. Peggy's gonna dance first. Later.
Thanks, Daddy, darling. I just like it here with you. It's so cozy.
Cozy in a joint with 20 people?
Uh-huh.
I don't know how you figure that, but it's okay with me. You know, I've been wanting to ask you something, Peg. How'd you like a job in that place I run?
Me in a gambling house? But what could I do?
Look pretty. Take the suckers' minds off the dough they lost. What about it?
Oh, sounds good, Daddy. I'll let you know. Now, suppose you let me know something.
Anything, baby. What's bothering that pretty blonde head of yours?
What I want to know is why you threw this party. What are we celebrating?
What are we celebrating? We're celebrating the death of 2 dames, Jane and Penny Green.
Mrs. Green, where are you?
Over here, Jim. I'll keep the lights dim so as not to disturb Mr. Green. Come over.
Thanks, Mrs. Green. How is he?
He isn't too well. The shock of what happened to Jane and Penny has done something to him, the doctor says. He's resting in the next room now. If we don't talk too loud, we won't disturb him.
I just came in to see if there was something I could do, Mrs. Green.
Oh, thank you, Jim, but there isn't anything. I know how you must feel. You were practically a member of our family.
A few more months and I would have been. This awful thing hadn't happened to Jane.
Yes.
2 months more and we'd have been married. I can't believe all of this.
I can't either. It's very hard for all of us. I loved those 2 girls. They couldn't have been closer to me if I'd been their real mother.
I know, Mrs. Green. Both of them used to say that all the time. Please ask me if there's anything you want me to do, will you?
Oh, thanks, Jim. I just can't get over how this all happened. Eric and I were sitting here playing chess. We thought Jane was in her room. Then the phone rang, and it was the police telling us what had happened.
I wasn't supposed to see her last night. She said she was spending the evening at home with you.
I know. That's why Dad and I didn't go out at all. We were here all evening together. Oh, Jim, who could it be who's trying to wipe out our family?
I don't know, Mrs. Green. But I promised myself something, though. I won't do any sleeping until the murderer of your daughters is caught.
Still nothing, Heath. What are you doing, man?
I'm sorry, D.A., but you told me to call in and report, so I'm calling in and reporting. Well, I haven't got anything new to tell you. We're checking every angle.
You're not talking to the newspapers, Heath. You're talking to me. I not only want to know what you're doing, I want to know what results you're getting. Remember that.
Well, how can you get results when you can't get any clues? Answer me that.
I don't know, Heath. If I did, I'd be doing it myself.
I wish you were doing it yourself. Okay, D.A., I'll call you back.
Goodbye. How can you get results when you can't get clues?
Hello, Markham.
Vance! Vance, you're just the man. Oh, how are you?
Well, I think I'm all right. That is, I was all right until I didn't hear from you in the Green sisters' murders.
Oh, that, Vance. We're doing pretty well with that, thank you. I just didn't think I ought to bother you.
Bother me, Markham? Oh, come now. You know how I feel about murder cases, especially those that are so completely puzzling.
We'll find out who killed the Green girls, Vance. Thanks for your interest, but we'll find out for ourselves. I'm a little busy now, so...
Markham, I just called the newspapers and told them that I was working on the case.
You did what? You couldn't, Vance.
Why not?
Because that's the one thing I didn't want to happen.
Well, it's happened. So I don't believe there's anything you can do about it.
But, Vance, you don't know what you've done.
I think I do. Markham, my friend, I appreciate what you tried to do. Somebody called you and told you that if you called me in on these killings, they'd kill me.
You know that?
I reasoned it. Right after the first murder, you got a phone call threatening my life. If that somebody had threatened yours, you'd have laughed at him and hung up. But you couldn't take a chance with my life.
The caller pointed out that he wasn't asking me to do anything that was against my oath as a district attorney. I debated quite a while.
I'm sure you did. That call you got was very complimentary to me. Was it a man or a woman?
Well, it was hard to tell, Vance. Whoever it was used a handkerchief over the telephone mouthpiece and disguised the voice. You know, of course, I'm glad you figured out why I didn't call you. You're not worried about that threat?
Hardly. Markham, I've read up on this case, and I know the important facts. That the two sisters were killed in the identical manner. That neither wore makeup. That one of the sisters was engaged to a man named Jim Manning.
Yes, Vance?
I'll tell you this. Jane, the first girl killed, was called out of the house by somebody she trusted. Somebody who said it was urgent. The lack of makeup is that clue, Markham. Jane Green would never have left the house without taking time to put on makeup if she hadn't known the caller and he hadn't said to hurry.
And the other sister, Penny, she was called out by the same person on the same urgent pretext?
I'm not so sure about that.
Vance, Penny had on no makeup either. You said yourself there was no other reason you could think of except an emergency message.
Yes, I did, didn't I? Well, Markham, there is one other reason. Only it applies to Penny and not Jane. If it's all right with you, I'm going up to see Mr. and Mrs. Green. I promise you some action on these two killings, Markham, and I won't be too long in keeping that promise.
City desk, Daniels.
Joe, this is Mac.
Yeah?
I got an ad for the Green Sisters murder case.
Go ahead.
Philo Vance, brilliant private investigator whose keen mind has helped the police on numerous criminal cases, has entered the Green Sisters murder case.
Right.
Vance, in a specially prepared statement, declared that while he has no definite clue to the slayer of the two girls, he is confident that there will be a break in the case within 24 hours.
I got it.
District Attorney Markham, who previously had declined to state why he had not asked his friend Vance to investigate the murder, said to this reporter, "Hey, I do get a byline, don't I, Joe?"
The byline runs for the rest of the story, Mac.
Yeah, just want to make sure. District Attorney Markham said to this reporter, quote, "Vance is confident that he can break the case in 24 hours. Oh, it did, Joe.
Vance made a crack like that?
Mm-hmm.
Before he even started working on the case?
That's right. It's a direct quote. But don't ask me how he expects to crack it. All I know is that if Philo Vance says he'll do it, he'll do it.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Green girls' murder case opened with the finding of the body of Jane Green, daughter of wealthy Mr. and Mrs. Eric Green. The next day, Penny Green was found, murdered in the identical manner as her sister. Philo Vance entered the case this afternoon, and after a talk with me, went immediately to the Green home where he was to meet Sergeant Heath. Heath and Vance should be together about now because of the...
I see Mr. and Mrs. Green now, Vance?
No, Sergeant Heath, not at the moment. Whose room is this?
This was Penny's room. Why?
I'd like to see it.
There's nothing in it that'll help you, except your diary. Well, come on in. There are the lights.
Thank you. You think the diary will help me?
Yeah. Who knows what'll help you? Here it is, over on this dresser.
Oh, yes, of course. I'd like to take a look through this.
Help yourself.
Went shopping this morning with Jay. Lunch with Jay. Matinee. Good show. Home. That's the last entry. Made the day of her sister's murder.
Yeah. She and her sister went everywhere together. Her sister's name is Jane.
Yes, I know, Sergeant. Nothing else in here you think might be helpful?
Not a thing.
Well, I'll take your word for it. You're a very thorough police officer, Heath.
Thanks, Vance. Now, where to now?
I thought I might like to talk to Mrs. Green. I understand she's taking this better than her husband.
Yeah, well, she's in here. It's a kind of a sitting room. You want me in with you?
Not unless you want to come.
Just as soon not. I've questioned her till I'm blue in the face. I'll see you.
Come in.
How do you do, Mrs. Green? I'm Philo Vance.
Oh, hello, Mr. Vance. I've been reading about you in this paper. Do you really think you can find out who killed my daughters?
I'm going to try, Mrs. Green. I may need a little help, though.
No, tell me what you want to know.
Thank you. To begin with, I understand your two daughters were very close.
Yes, they were.
Both of them favorites of their father.
Both of them.
What about Jane's boyfriend, the lad she was engaged to?
Jim Manning? Well, what do you want to know about him? He and Jane were very much in love.
I see, Mrs. Green. I'm sorry if this sounds awkward, and I know it will, but where were you at the time Jane was killed?
At home, here with my husband. We didn't leave the house all evening. Sergeant Heath checked that with Mr. Green and the servants.
I'm going to tell you why I asked. You see, Mrs. Green, there was a possibility, a remote possibility, of course, that you might have wanted your stepdaughters dead.
I, Mr. Vance?
I said it was a remote possibility. The reason might have been this. While they were alive, they would share in Mr. Green's money in the event that he died. I understand he isn't too well. With them dead, you'd get it all.
I see what you mean. I'm sorry, Mr. Vance, but I'm afraid you're going to have to look elsewhere for your killer. I was at home. 5 people know I was here.
6. I believe that now.
Thank you.
Mrs. Green, please forgive these wandering eyes of mine, but your purse is open and there's a very strange disc on top of the handkerchief in your pocketbook. What is it?
It's a chip, a poker chip. Mr. Green and I used to have poker parties here once in a while, and, well, I needed some extra chips. I was going to have that one matched.
I see. And your husband's name is Eric Green?
Yes.
The initials on the poker chip are MG. Mistake, perhaps?
The first initial? Oh, yes.
I didn't mean the initial, Mrs. Green.
Yeah, what is it?
Well, sliding panels in the doors. This is really a gambling house, isn't it?
What's it to you?
My name is Vance, Philo Vance. I'd like to see the owner of this place. I understand his name is Gibson. Mike Gibson?
He ain't in. Get lost.
My good man, it took me 2 hours to find out what individual whose initials were MG operated a gambling house. I assure you I won't leave until I see him.
So wait. See what good it does you.
Oh.
There's trouble, Tommy. Guy named Vance. Philo Vance. He wants in. I don't know him. He don't get in. Them's your orders.
Philo Vance? Open the door, Mike. Glad to have him with us.
Okay, you're the boss. Come on in.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Gibson, for giving your man here permission to let me in.
That's all right, Vance. What's in your mind?
Can we talk here?
Here, out in the gambling room, in my office, any way you like.
Your office, then.
Right this way. Bet a quarter I know why you're here, Vance.
Gambling isn't my line, Mr. Gibson.
I don't generally bet either. Betting is for suckers. I like to let them think they can beat percentages. They can't, but they get a whole lot older and a whole lot poorer before they learn. In here. Make yourself comfortable, Vance.
Well, thank you. I will.
Now, Vance, you're here because of some connection between this joint and the murder of those Green kids. That's what you think, right?
That seems a reasonable assumption. You know I don't gamble. You've read I was working on the murders. Yes, that's right, Mr. Gibson. Tell me, did the Green sisters gamble?
You know, all of a sudden, I don't hear so good.
Did Mrs. Green gamble?
My hearing it a bit better. How do you count for a thing like that?
What is your connection with the murder of the Green girls?
Connection? I got no connection.
Hey, Daddy, there's a... Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. I didn't know you were busy.
See you in a little while, Peggy.
Okay, then.
Just a minute, please.
Oh, you want to see me?
Yes. My name is Vance. You work here?
Look, Vance, Peggy doesn't know anything about this case.
Of course I don't. So what case?
Never mind.
You had a message to deliver to Mr. Gibson just now, Peggy.
Sure, he's supposed to call Plaza 81561.
Oh, isn't that the number of the Green residence, Mr. Gibson?
I wouldn't know. So long, Peggy.
She's not leaving. Unless you prefer I talk to her outside.
Talk to her any way you like. We've got nothing to hide. Personally, I got some business to take care of. Tell him anything he wants to know, Peggy. As if you knew anything.
Well?
Oh, he's the nicest, Daddy.
All right, Peggy. Let's drop the act.
Huh?
What's your connection with the Green girl's murder case?
Hey, look, Vance, don't go tying me up with any murder rap. I'm a girl just trying to get along. I don't mess with killers.
What about Gibson?
I don't mess with killers either. I know better.
I don't doubt it. The trouble is, Peggy, that perhaps you don't know enough.
Hello there, Vance.
Hello, Markham. I hope I didn't keep you waiting long. I've just come from a very enlightening meeting with a gambler named Gibson and his girlfriend. Where's Mrs. Green?
In her room next to her husband's. She rarely leaves it, Vance. I told her you were coming, and she said to go right in when you came.
Well, then, let's go. Good evening, Mrs. Green.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Vance? Hello again, Mr. Markham.
Hello.
Mrs. Green, I know you'll be very interested in who killed your daughter, so I thought I'd come up to tell you this in person. Is Mr. Green awake?
Why, no, he's asleep in the next room. The door's open, so please don't raise your voice if you can help it.
I rarely raise my voice, Mrs. Green. What I wanted you to know was this. I've just been to see a gambler named Gibson. That name mean anything to you?
Why, no, it doesn't.
Good. The police have Mr. Gibson's telephone lines tapped. They can listen to any calls that come to him. In an hour, there'll be a cordon around the block to intercept anyone who tries to get to Mr. Gibson.
You better make that 2 hours, Vance. There are a lot of preparations for what you want.
In 2 hours, then. Now, Mrs. Green, I want you to do something for me.
Yes?
Get on the telephone and tell Jane's fiancé, Mr. James Manning, exactly what I told you. But add this fact, that Mr. Gibson told me that if I came back this evening, he'd tell me what I want to know about the murder of your 2 girls.
Awful weather, Vance.
Awful. It's miserable. It's raining cats and dogs.
Yes, it is, Sergeant Heath. We're lucky we have this doorway to shelter us.
You mean to tell me that little black door across the street there leads to a gambling joint, Vance?
It leads to Mr. Mike Gibson's gambling house, Sergeant. Very swanky, too, believe me.
Yeah, I'll believe you when I see who else it is you expect to drive up there. And Jim Manning was there, but he couldn't get in. How long do you expect?
There's somebody, Vance.
I got out of that car and headed right for the door. I'm an old fella. Hey, that's Mr. Green.
Yes, it is.
Is that our suspected murderer, Vance?
I'll let you know in a minute, Markham. I want to see if he gets into the gambling house.
He was arguing with the guy at the door. The guy just closed it slide in his face. And there goes Mr. Green back in his car.
You can forget about Mr. Green, Markham. He isn't involved in those murders.
Well, then who is?
I think I know who is, but I'll be certain in a few minutes.
Hey, what was that Green guy doing out here? He's supposed to be in bed.
I can explain that, I think, later.
There's another car at the door, Vance. Oh, no, it's a cab.
Hey, a woman's getting out. She just made a beeline for the door.
Can't blame her much in this weather, can you, Sergeant?
Well, I guess not. There's that guy sliding open that peephole. Hey, he's letting her in.
That's all I wanted to know. Sergeant Heath, you can arrest Mrs. Green for murder.
Wait a minute, Vance. When her daughter Jane was killed, we know for a fact that she was in her house.
She was, Markham. But I repeat, you can arrest Mrs. Green for murder.
City desk, Daniels.
Mac, Joe.
Yeah?
The main sister's case is cracked.
Oh, yeah?
I just came from an interview with Philo Vance. Get this and get it quick.
Go ahead, Mac. Talk.
I'll take it from the top. Going way back, Penny Green, that's the second sister who was killed, wanted to marry Jim Manning. That was Jane's fiancé.
How did Vance figure that?
The initial J in Penny's diary. All along, they took it for granted that that meant Jane. But Vance figured it stood for Jimmy, and he checked.
I got it.
Jim told Vance he'd had a lot of trouble with Penny because apparently she was in love with him. He went shopping with Penny to buy a present for Jane.
That explains the diary notation, eh?
Right. The rest of this is a quote from Vance. Quote, at midnight on the murder night, Penny called her sister out of her house, saying it was urgent. Jane left, and Penny killed her. End quote.
Penny killed Jane.
Mm-hmm.
Then why did they arrest Mrs. Green?
Quote from Vance. It was Mrs. Green who killed Penny. She realized what had happened, and she owed a great deal of money to Mike Gibson. She saw a way of getting rid of Penny so that she, Mrs. Green, would own the entire Green estate when Eric Green died, end quote.
What about Mike Gibson?
Vance says it was probably he who suggested that Mrs. Green kill Penny in the same way that Jane was killed to make the police think that one murderer was at work. It was he, too, who undoubtedly called Markham to keep Vance off the case, Vance thinks.
What goes with old man Green?
Eric Green was not asleep when Vance asked his wife to call Jim Manning earlier this evening. He heard Vance say that Mike Gibson knew who killed his daughters, so he wanted to find out who it was.
Yeah?
That's why he went to Gibson's place.
Only couldn't get in.
Which convinced Vance he hadn't been there before. You see, Vance thought it might have been he who owed Gibson the money.
I see.
He never was certain that it was Mrs. Green until she got in the gambling house without any trouble. Final quote from Vance.
Yeah.
Quote, "This was all a very clever scheme on the part of Mrs. Green and Gibson.
Uh-huh.
Undoubtedly, they figured on doing away with Mr. Green eventually, and that would leave Mrs. Green with all the money and Gibson with his outstanding gambling debt collected.
Yeah.
After Penny set the stage by murdering her sister under the impression that would induce Jim Manning to eventually marry her." End quote. Well, that's 30, Joe.
Got it. Well, it was a good scheme, I guess. But it sure came to a bad end for Mrs. Green.
Yeah, but it's a good end for the Green Girl's murder case.
Calling all detectives. A diamond necklace, a locked safe, and a packet of pins. Those are the exhibits on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. It's pretty hard to tell a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, anything new about larceny or the kind of people who commit it. I was typing a report to Consolidated Insurance about the Fenwick jewel theft when the little man walked into my office.
Mr. Browning, I am Gerald Fenwick.
I nodded. Sit down, Mr. Fenwick. I kind of thought you'd be coming around to see me. I took the unfinished report from the typewriter and put it on my desk. This is a report to the insurance company about the diamond necklace stolen from your wife, stolen from a locked safe in your library. Shall I read the report to you? Fenwick squirmed and looked unhappy.
No, I don't think that's necessary. Mr. Browning, I've been away for a few days, just returned today and learned that my wife reported the theft of the necklace. You see, well, she hasn't worn it in a very long time, and, well, to put it bluntly, I sold it some months ago. I needed cash badly.
And you didn't tell your wife? Fenwick smiled wryly.
My wife isn't the kind of woman you can tell things like that.
I shrugged. I'm afraid you'll have to tell her just the same. Fenwick passed a hand across his forehead.
Yes, of course. I'll do it today.
Okay, Mr. Fenwick. And in that case, I won't send in this report, which says just about what you told me. Fenwick thanked me and left. A couple of minutes later, I ran to the window, saw the crowd gathering in the street below. A man had been hit by a car. He was Gerald Fenwick. By the time I got downstairs, Fenwick was dead. A man admitted he'd sold a necklace his wife had reported as stolen. 5 minutes later, he was struck and killed by an automobile. John Cooley, head of the investigations department of Consolidated Insurance, was so furious he sizzled.
Why didn't you compel him to sign a statement? Now we have only your word for his admission.
Mrs. Fenwick's attorneys are suing us for $35,000 insurance on that necklace. You find out where Fenwick sold it. You prove he sold it, or don't ever let me see you again.
Yes, sir.
Well, Cooley was right, of course. I should have made Fenwick sign a statement that he'd sold the necklace. But he'd been so frank, and his explanation of having been out of town was so obviously the truth that... Yeah, I was really in trouble now that he was dead. Mrs. Fenwick's lawyer was a thin-lipped dandy with pale blue marbles for eyes.
Mr. Browning, I am not interested in your supposititious story. Can you prove that Mr. Fenwick sold the necklace?
There's no other way it could have got out of a locked safe.
You suggest that safes have never been burglarized?
I suggest that this one wasn't. And what's more, Fenwick told me it wasn't.
Mr. Browning, that is a matter of opinion for a court to decide. Your Honor, we ask a postponement in order to gather further evidence. I object. There already have been 2 postponements. Mrs. Fenwick is in need of this money. I will grant another postponement. A final postponement until a week from today. The court is adjourned.
One more postponement. And a fat lot of good it would probably do me. For weeks I'd run myself ragged without pay trying to find where Fenwick had sold or even pawned his wife's necklace. A $35,000 necklace gone without a trace. And that wasn't the only strange thing about the case. An accountant that I consulted told me
Fenwick owned the National Silver Plating Company, rated at $1 million and over. Their financial position is excellent.
Well, maybe he needed personal money.
Maybe, except that he had over $150,000 in cash in his personal bank accounts when he died.
I wagged my head sadly. And that won't do us any good in court. I gotta keep digging. Maybe you'll uncover some reason why he needed money. I was absolutely up against a brick wall. I knew the court wouldn't accept my statement of what a man now dead had admitted. And now I couldn't even prove that he needed money. Then an idea struck me. Fenwick had said he'd been out of town. Maybe he'd sold the necklace in some other city. I dashed over to his office, talked to the National Silver Plating Company's general manager. Mr. Fenwick was in Bermuda. I know he flew there and back nonstop. I groaned. Oh, you'd have about as much chance of selling a $35,000 necklace in Bermuda quietly as you would of selling a herd of elephants. And if you did somehow sell it, you wouldn't be paid in American money. I smiled weakly at the general manager. Okay, thanks. Quite all right. Glad to help you in any way I can. I stared at him. Maybe you can help me at that. This company, is it a corporation?
Well, no, Mr. Fenwick owns it personally.
Who gets it now, Mrs. Fenwick?
I don't believe so. Mr. Fenwick's brother arrived from the West Coast this morning, and I think the will gives him majority control.
You don't say. Well, thanks a lot. I drove downtown to a fancy dress shop, one of those places where they'll whip you up a number for $200 or $300. The credit manager there told me,
Mrs. Fenwick, she used to have an account here.
She doesn't have one anymore.
I wouldn't extend credit to her for a packet of pins.
Well, I may not be the world's best detective, but when a fact comes up and hits me over the head, I know enough to grab it by the throat. I checked on Mrs. Fenwick's credit all over town, got the same story every place. She had no credit because her husband had refused to pay her bills during the past year. The picture was completed for me by Fenwick's lawyer, who was not the same as Mrs. Fenwick's attorney.
This is rather confidential, Mr. Browning, but Mr. and Mrs. Fenwick had been living apart for over a year. She accepted a cash settlement in lieu of dower rights, that is, her right to inherit in his will, and she has an apartment in another part of the city.
I nodded. Then what was she doing in Fenwick's house while he was in Bermuda? The lawyer smiled briefly.
Why don't you ask her?
Don't think I won't. I asked her that and a lot of other questions. I told her what happens to people who lose things where they can find them any time they want and then try to collect insurance. Her attorney was there.
And when I got through, Mr. Browning, I think Mrs. Fenwick will be able to recover the necklace, and that we shall drop the suit against the insurance company. I looked him in the eye. That's fine. Put it in writing. Yep, I got it in writing. And that was the end. Like I said, there's all kinds of larceny. And for my money, the kind that's the worst is the kind practiced by people who've got the least reason for it. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment Raymond Chandler's most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum are glad to bring you tonight's exciting story, The Gold Cobra.
My mama done told me
Get it before it's history. Hi, Mr. Marlowe.
Hiya, kid.
Get it while it's hot. Take for 7 race closing walls.
Hey, mister, could you please help a blind man? Could you let me have $1 for my first square meal in a week?
You mean your first shot in an hour, don't you, Jake?
Huh? Oh, Mr. Marlowe, hi.
How are you?
Sorry I didn't recognize you. Must be these dark cheaters.
Yeah, must be. How's business, Jake?
Oh, I seen better. You too, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Well, you're just standing around here in front of your office for the fresh air, maybe.
No,
Oh, no, don't tell me that ain't it. I got it.
Huh?
You're making a rendezvous, a secret meeting, huh?
No, Jake, I'm just waiting for some.
Holy catfish! Look at that jerk out in the middle of traffic. The guy with the suitcase. Getting out of that cab right in the middle of the street. Hey, he's coming this way.
And he acts like the guy I'm waiting for, suitcase and all. Here, Jake, here's the starter on that meal. I'll see you. Goodbye.
I got you. So long, Mr. Marlowe. Thanks a million.
Sir, tell me quickly. You're Mr. Marlowe, Philip Marlowe?
That's right. You're Roth Winkham?
Correct. Mr. Marlowe, is your car nearby?
Yeah, right over there.
Good. Now, Mr. Marlowe, we've got to get out of here. My very life may be in danger. And if you've been seen with me, sir, yours as well. Quickly, Mr. Marlowe. We must be off.
Yeah. Well, this way, Mr. Winkham. My new client was right out of Charles Dickens, but I bit my lip and tried to play it straight. We piled into my car and took off. Mr. Winkham, his owl eyes glued to the rear window, watched and worried hard about whether we were being followed. But finally he was convinced that we were safe. He relaxed his grip on the suitcase and fumbled for a cigarette. Roth Winkham was maybe 50 and had a large bald head on a small, well-dressed body that just couldn't sit still. Also, it was at least 3 to 1 that the gentleman had ulcers. He was the type.
Keep driving, please, Mr. Marlowe, and do watch the rearview mirror.
Okay.
Now, sir, what exactly did I say to you on the telephone?
Well, you wanted me to fly to Chicago tonight with a suitcase that contained an item worth $20,000, which was earmarked for some museum, right?
Oh, yes, the Asheville Museum.
Yeah, and you said something about an eccentric here in L.A. who owned the item. That's about all I caught. That and the fact that you were very worried.
And I still am. Now, first, Mr. Marlowe, a word about the man who was
First,
found...
Mr. Winkham, a word or two about the item itself, huh? You know, I can't afford to play carrier pigeon without so much as a peek. It's too much like leading with my chin. Now, what is it?
A gold cobra.
A gold what?
A cobra. A snake, sir. Made of 250 separate links, each some 2 inches in diameter and each solid gold.
Links, huh? That makes the snake flexible like the real thing, is that it?
Yeah, precisely. And the Cobra's hood, Mr. Marlowe, is spangled.
Oh?
Originally, the object was a ceremonial piece. It comes from India, from a kingdom that no longer exists. Mordecai Ziff bought it there several years ago.
Mordecai Ziff, huh?
Yes.
He's the eccentric who lives here in L.A.?
But perhaps intellectual is more the proper term.
Oh.
He lives near here in the Hollywood Hills. And he is the one who is presenting the Cobra to the museum.
I see. Well, tell me, what's your connection, Mr. Wickham?
I am a friend, Mr. Mallow. Mordecai and I studied together in Europe many years ago.
Really?
We have remained fast companions through the years. And now that his health is failing, he is a man of 60. I wish very strongly to repay his kindnesses. But I need your help to do it.
Yeah, well, that brings us to the party following you. Who's that?
A creature named Akbar, Mr. Mallow. Yes. He's an East Indian, and he wants the Cobra. Badly. That's all I know of him, except, sir, that he has no claim, morally or legally. He's merely a fanatic.
Yeah, well, that's not to be sneered at. It's a full-time job. Tell me, what does this Akbar look like?
Well, he's thin, he's dark skin, dark hair, vicious, cold eyes. You'll have to be on the other... Mr. Marlowe, behind us, sir, that taxicab. We're being followed. Drive, sir.
You see who it is?
No, but it could be Akbar. Try to lose him.
That's exactly what I'm trying to do. The Cobra's in the suitcase here, right?
No, this suitcase is empty.
Oh?
A decoy. The Gold Cobra is in a similar bag that has been checked at the Beechwood Plaza Hotel. Turn again, Mr. Marlowe. The cab is getting in.
Right.
Now, sir, this envelope contains the claim check for the bag, as well as your airline ticket to Chicago. Also, there's a $100 bill included.
Oh.
And you'll get another one when we meet tomorrow night in Chicago. I'll look for you at the Dearborn Street station at 8 o'clock. He's still with us, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, and that's a red light ahead. We can't slip through.
Then it's time for me to go. And time for Akbar to follow me. Me and the empty bag. Good luck, Mr. Mallow. I'm counting on you, sir.
By the time the light had changed, the spry Roth Winkham had already made it to the sidewalk, the empty suitcase conspicuously in hand. And when my rear view mirror showed the cab had given up the chase, I figured the quantity known as Akbar had taken the bait and followed Winkham. All of which made my next stop the check room at the Beechwood Plaza Hotel.
Yes, sir. What'll it... Well, hello. Can I be of some assistance, maybe?
I wouldn't be surprised. But at the moment, I just want my suitcase. Here, honey, it's a black bag.
A black bag?
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, here we are. Number 4511. Number 4511. Comes out even. Must be yours, all right.
Yeah, it must be. Thanks, baby. Here. Small token of my Oh.
What's the matter, handsome? Your wife just waltzed in?
No wife. Just trouble. Goodbye, princess. My first glance at the man standing in the hotel entrance was almost enough. A lot of people could have jet black, unruly hair on top of a flyweight build, but very few people had that kind of wild, sparkling eyes. They were reserved for fanatics named Akbar. When he spotted me and started coming in a hurry, it was time for me and the suitcase to head for the nearest exit. I took a side door just beyond the check room, and from there ran the length of the narrow, twisting corridor that led to the rear of the hotel, and out to the alley where I'd parked my car. There I ducked behind a pile of trash cans, slipped my hand over the .38 in my shoulder holster, and waited. But after a full minute went by, I figured that it was safe to go to my car. And it would have been, if the striking redhead crouched on the seat inside hadn't been holding an also-striking pistol. Just made for ladies.
Don't bother getting in the car, Mr. Marlowe. In fact, don't do anything but hand over that suitcase. Here, on the seat.
Your mind's made up, huh?
Definitely. And keep your hands at your sides. Now, let me have those keys you're holding. Come on, toss them here.
Yeah.
Now, turn around. Thank you. I'm glad you're cooperative.
Don't mention it. Your winning smile. Anything else?
Yes. Walk in the direction you're facing. Go on.
Walk it is, baby. But first tell me, who do I see for my car?
Don't worry. It'll be returned safe and sound.
Yeah, what about the suitcase? It's got all the clothes I have in it.
Oh, sure. You look so fetching in Gold Cobra, don't you? Good night, Mr. Marlowe.
The shock of fire red hair gunned my car the length of the alley and then swerved on two wheels into the busy street beyond and was gone. I followed to the end of the alley and started walking toward the hotel. And I saw something else. It was Akbar running toward a hack stand. He had also seen my car disappear, and that obviously meant that he wanted the first cab in line to take him someplace in a hurry. But the driver was waiting for a fare, which forced him to the only other cab in line, and almost gave me time to get to it. Almost. But not quite. That left only an outside chance that Akbar had tossed an address to the driver before he knew that the cab was taken. Yeah, but it was an outside chance that paid off.
Yeah, sure he gave me an address, pal. Didn't know I had the flag down. I got an old doll inside.
Yeah, listen, friend, this counts. What was that address? Come on, the right answer's worth 10 to you.
A saw?
The same. Here.
Oh, no.
All right, what was it?
Let me think, pal. Now, hold everything, pal. I got it. Outpost Road, number 818, I think. Yeah, 818 Outpost Road.
818, Hollywood Hills, huh?
Uh-huh. Someone up there you know, pal?
Yeah, it could be. Get moving. 818 Outpost Road.
Pal, I already
heard you. There's another 10 in it, and let's forget the old doll. Come on, Buster, roll.
Corner mansion there is 800 outposts, so this next job must be it. Looks like the Taj Mahal joint.
Yeah, that plus enough grounds to build a ballpark, grandstand included. I'll get out here, take the driveway on foot.
Okay, pal, whatever you say. Hey, you want me to wait?
Yeah, you better. No, I think I see my own car up there. Yeah, here's the 10, thanks.
Okay, pal. So long. Hey, give my love to the Roger, huh?
Brother, what a backdrop for a harem. 50 beautiful girls, 50.
Kindly stand just where you are. This rifle is loaded and the safety not on.
It was hard to believe. At the top, a genuine African pith helmet, and under that, a pudgy, cherubic, smiling face with red roses for cheeks and dimples, an inch deep. And the rest fit, too. A round little body dressed in a khaki shirt, riding breeches and polished leather boots. Happy of the seven dwarfs and jungle get-up. But there the individualism ended, because like everybody else I'd met tonight, his interest was in the Cobra, exclusively.
Now, Mr. Whoever you are, where is that snake?
Have you tried the grass? I understand snakes love it.
This is not the time to jest. There's nothing funny about that Cobra.
Not unless $20,000 happen to tickle your funny bone.
For the last time, where is the Cobra? The truth.
Okay. The truth. Frankly, my friend, I haven't the slightest idea. Honest, I haven't. Happy folded up on one punch like it was built on hinges. I headed for the Taj Mahal on a run. But when I was past my car and had gone the slippery length of a tiled porch that led to a pair of half-open etched glass doors, I slowed to a walk at the sight of a single light that came from a beaded lamp in a room inside. Then I came to a full stop. The room was about the size of a basketball court with plush decor that was strictly Far East. An elderly man wearing a bright yellow satin robe and also bright yellow satin turban was stretched out. Glassy eyes staring at the ceiling. The front of his robe an ugly blood stain. Beside him was the lady with the red hair, and next to her the suitcase that wouldn't stay put. It was a good time for me and my .38 to announce ourselves. Well, this certainly outclasses the alley, doesn't it, Red?
What?
And now it's your turn to keep your hands at your sides.
Well, what do you want here, Marlowe?
Did you kill him?
No. Oh, no, I didn't. Believe me, I didn't. I hated Mordecai as if, but I wouldn't do this.
Oh, of course not. How could I even think of it? You only stick up people in alleys, steal cars, walk off with gold lucky pieces worth $20,000 or better, huh?
Marlowe, I didn't do this. My gun hasn't even been fired. Here, look.
Don't try it, Red. I'll look when I'm ready. First, I want to make sure the Gold Cobra is still intact.
Of course it is. I never let it out of my hands.
We'll see. Stay right where you are, baby. Don't move. I can unlock this with one hand and cover you with the other. Okay. Now we'll know if the Cobra's... Look out!
Marlowe, it's real, a Cobra.
Steady, Red. Don't move. No. Oh, baby, you shouldn't have killed the lights. That makes the next move the Cobra's. And my gun's worthless.
make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's exciting story, The Gold Cobra.
We got one good look at a live cobra rearing up out of the suitcase, its hood distended, flicking its glossy, forked tongue, before the only lamp in the room shattered on the floor in a blue flash, and total darkness surged in. For an endless moment, there was silence, as soft and thick as black velvet. Then we heard it. The snake was moving. We listened to it crawl slowly out of the suitcase, ease itself across the table, and slither to the floor.
Marlowe, it's coming toward us.
Stand still, baby. Freeze. Don't move a muscle.
I can't do it, Marlowe.
It's our only chance. Do you hear me? No matter what happens, don't move.
Marlowe, I'm getting dizzy. I'm afraid I'm going to pass.
No, baby. Hang on. I tell you. Now, Red, listen to me. Talk. Start talking. Don't stop. But talk softly. Who are you, Red? Tell me. What's your real name? Tell me.
Abigail Seaburn.
All right, who killed Ziff, Abby? Who was it? Come on, answer me. Keep talking.
I don't know, Marlowe. I told you the truth.
Why did you come here to Ziff's place?
He swindled my Aunt Marcella out of all her money before she died.
Yeah, go ahead.
Money that was supposed to come to me.
Swindled her how?
He was a mentalist.
Yeah.
A fake mind reader and fortune teller. He told her lies that made her keep giving him money until there was nothing left.
Hey, girl, keep it up, baby. Keep it up. Why did you take that suitcase away from me at the hotel? Answer me, Abby. Think. Come on.
I spied on Ziff. I found out about the Gold Cobra.
Yeah, go ahead.
I knew if I once cut my hands on it, I could force Ziff to return the money he tricked my aunt out.
Keep talking.
Oh, my life, I can't stand it that awful.
Quiet. Listen.
There's someone in here.
Yeah. Who's there? Who is it?
No!
He made it out the door.
The cobra struck at him, Marlowe.
Sounded like it was clear across the room from us. Now, look, Abby, stay where you are. Don't move. I'm going to see if I can find a light switch on the wall behind us. Stand real still, Abby. You hear anything?
No. Oh, hurry, Marlowe, please.
Believe me, baby, I am. There's got to be a switch here someplace. There's got to be a switch. Yeah, here it is.
Thank heaven, light again.
Where's that cobra?
I don't see it, Marlowe.
We'd better spot it. That thing's loaded with sudden death.
But it's not here, I tell you. It's gone, Marlowe. It's gone.
Yeah, I guess you're right, for the time being. But in case it comes back, you better keep that gun handy.
Where are you going?
After the guy who beat it through that door. Right now, it pays to be ahead of the game. But not too far ahead, Abby. Do you understand?
Oh, yes. At this point, mister, I'll do anything you say.
All right, then wait here for me. And keep your eyes open wide. This cobra's not the only killer loose in this joint. The door opened into a long passageway that offered as much chance to duck for cover as the inside of a loaded cannon barrel. And it was so narrow that if the cobra had found its way out there, it would be within kissing distance when we passed. The hair on my neck remained at rigid attention while I edged along the hall toward a dim light at the end that came from the heavily draped green waiting room. In the center, facing halfway from me, was Akbar, a tousle-haired East Indian. His face was even grayer than before, and his hand trembled as he mopped his glistening forehead with a silk handkerchief. When I stepped in, he saw me from the corner of his eye. His face went stony. Only his right hand moved. It dived under his jacket for a weapon, but I brought my gun down hard on the point of his shoulder. His arm went limp, and a knife as wicked as the back end of a scorpion bounced across the floor.
Doc,
You'll pay for this interference.
Not on the installment plan, Buster. We're going to settle up right now. How come the live cobra in the suitcase you're so anxious about?
A fiendish trick.
Yeah, and in the dark, it almost caught you, didn't it?
True, but fortune smiled and the cobra missed.
Yeah, but fortune's a fickle lady, Buster. Come on, talk it up. Just what are you trying to promote?
The return of this sacred gold cobra to its rightful place. The temple of my ancestors in India. The blasphemy perpetrated by Mordecai Zif will end only in the restoration of the gold cobra. And I am prepared to do whatever I must do to accomplish this. Even to paying money for it.
Or killing?
Or killing. Death is transitory and therefore inconsequential.
Well, the Homicide Bureau has other ideas, Elephant Boy. So maybe we better just... I hate to leave you alone, Akbar, but you're better off in the long run. I watched just long enough to see Akbar melt toward the floor. Then I ran back along the narrow corridor to where I'd left Abby. When I stepped in the door, I stopped cold. She was facing me from across the room, her eyes wide with fear, her mouth still twisted from a scream. Directly behind her was an opening in what should have been a blank wall, and inside it, staring out with fixed, hypnotic eyes, was a coiled cobra. Only this one was solid, gleaming gold. I started toward Abby, but I stopped again because there was a gun in my back.
That's quite far enough, Marlowe.
Roth Winkham. What is this?
You aren't going to like it, Marlowe, not one bit. Give me your gun. Give it to me.
Get it yourself.
I wanted to warn you, Marlowe, but he said he'd shoot me. He took my gun, too.
Come on, Winkham, why the switch?
Believe me, Marlowe, when I hired you tonight, I expected a much less bizarre ending to all this. I intended you to be peacefully on your way to Chicago by now, with the Gold Cobra safely in tow.
Still just a favor for a friend, huh?
Not exactly. That part was a small lie. Mordecai Zip was my partner.
Your partner?
Yes, my dear. When we felt it was time to move east again, I decided to break away from Mordecai and keep the Gold Cobra for myself. Alone. But I needed help.
Because a fanatic named Akbar turned up who had his eye on the Cobra, too?
Get over into that empty car, both of you. Go on, get over there. Move.
Take it easy.
No tricks with the pottery, Marlowe.
You shoved him into...
Never mind. Leave that vase alone. Get back in the corner.
So it was you who killed Zip, huh?
I hated him. For every one of a million indignities I've suffered at his hands. As soon as I was sure you'd picked up the Gold Cobra, I came back here. And I killed him. I just finished it
when I got here.
Yes, young lady. I didn't know about you. But I managed to get out of here before you blundered in with that empty suitcase.
Empty suitcase? That's what you think.
That's what I mean. There on the table, empty. As it has been from the outset. Just as empty as the decoy I used. Obviously, Mordecai suspected my intentions to steal the Gold Cobra after all.
It was a bit more than that, Winkham, honest. Oh, what a cozy pair of chums you and Zip must have been. You really don't know what he put in that bag, do you?
What are you talking about?
Zip had a surprise all set for you, Winkham. It was
Marlowe, look. The snake is coming out of that vase.
Holy smoke, Winkham, there's a live cobra behind you.
I don't blame you.
Listen to me, will you?
Marlowe? Oh, that's such an old stunt. Stay back.
Marlowe, it's...
Winkham, kill it, I tell you. It's right behind
Stop
you.
it. You're only wasting time. No. I'm bitten.
Oh, no.
He's out, and it's no help, baby. That thing's still between us and his gun. Get behind me, back in the corner.
Oh, Marlowe, we're trapped. We can't get past it.
Get back, will you? Maybe I can throw my coat over it long enough.
Hey, anybody here? What's the matter?
Oh, it's the jerk in the pith helmet. Hey, you! Over here!
What in the world's going on, anyway?
Get over here with that rifle, will you? Hurry!
What's the meaning of all the... Bertie! Good heavens, my cobra...
Kill it, will you? Shoot!
Quiet. You're in a spot, folks.
No fooling.
She's got you within striking distance, so don't move. Just stand still. Very still. Come on, Birdie. Birdie, now. Come on. Take a look at the end of the rifle, Birdie. See the hole? That's it in the end. Fascinates you, doesn't it? Steady, folks, don't move. Keep looking at the little hole in the rifle, Birdie. That's right. Now back up. That's the way. Into the sack, Birdie. Little more. Now pull your head in like a good girl. Ah, that does it. Now we've got you safe and sound in the sack.
Oh. Whoever you are, brother, you're a genius.
Crumpler's the name, Otis Crumpler. Snakes are my business.
Most amazing thing I've ever seen.
Yes. The most amazing thing.
Abby. Abby.
Why, she's fainted. Well, what's wrong? Was she bitten?
No. But I know what she means. Look, if you don't mind, Crumpler, I think I'll sit down myself. Right here. Well, when the police finally moved in, they gave the degenerate Taj Mahal a long once-over, and then we adjourned for more questions and answers to the hospital where Abby Seberg was getting a nerve back and Akbar was nursing the split scalp I'd given him. And while Otis Crumpler and I waited for the word downstairs in the coffee shop, Roth Winkham, my client, was busy dying of cobra venom, in spite of Crumpler's best efforts.
Well, that's the way it is with cobras, Mr. Marlowe. Sometimes there's just nothing you can do. Sugar?
No, thanks. No. He had it coming, Otis.
Oh, both of them did. Mordecai Ziff was a slimy sort, too. He'd been snooping around my snake farm for several days.
Oh?
And then tonight, when Birdie turned up missing from her cage, I just knew that he was behind it some way. But I couldn't figure why anybody would to steal a cobra. You know what I mean?
Yeah, vaguely.
Phil, guess what?
What? Oh, Abigail Seberg is well enough for coffee. Sit down.
Oh, it's better than that. The police think there's a good chance that Akbar will be able to buy the Gold Cobra and I will get the money. How do you like that?
I like it fine. Where are we going to spend it?
Oh, well, I know a certain kind of snake bite remedy I'd like to try right now. I think we deserve it, mister. It comes in bottles, and they call it scotch.
Oh, no, not whiskey. Oh, not for snake bite. Oh, no. Oh, that's the very worst thing you could do. You see, it stimulates the heart and makes the blood go faster. And that,
Mr. Crumpler, is exactly the idea. Come on, Phil.
You know, there are many things that can lead to romance. Usually it's moonlight. Sometimes it's a bit of a song. But whoever heard of a snake playing Cupid? Yeah, well, there was a snake in the Garden of Eden. Yeah, but come to think of it, he kicked up quite a fuss.
Phil? What are you thinking?
Snakes. What are you thinking?
Apples.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley's Spearmint helps you keep feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, presented by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, bring you Raymond Chandler's most famous character and star, Gerald Moore. Philip Marlowe is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Howard McNear, Lynn Allen, Wilms Herbert, Lou Krugman, Bill Lally, and Michael Ann Barrett. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's adventure of Philip Marlowe and that you're enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to be with us next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time I caught a killer on a lonely pelican's roost. It took a fist fight on the sidewalk, a flyweight drummer with an ice pick in his back, and a vicious meeting on a yacht to do it. That plus the color of a girl's hair.
This is Bob Stevenson speaking, and this is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, the Gulf Oil Companies and your neighborhood good Gulf dealer present Counterspy.
Washington, calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington, calling David Harding, Counterspy.
The Gulf Oil Companies and your neighborhood good Gulf dealer are proud to present Counterspy, a program especially designed to help investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad. This is David Harding. Last November, Congress passed the Boggs Act, an amendment to the federal narcotics law, providing for stiff mandatory sentences for offenders. To implement this act, a special squad of 400 agents was carefully trained and assigned to narcotics duty. A series of nationwide mass arrests followed. The specific case you're about to hear has been selected from among hundreds because of its unusual nature. In the late afternoon of January 3rd this year, a young woman, worry stamped heavily on her face, walked across the dingy lobby of a cheap hotel in Washington's Skid Row section.
No rooms, girlie. All taken.
I don't want a room. I'm looking for someone who registered here. His name is Frank Stewart.
Hey, girlie. Never heard of him.
I know he's here. What room is he in?
Oh, girlie, I told
Will
you.
this help?
Well, why didn't you tell me that?
What room?
2A. Just up those stairs there. First flight. Last room to the right.
Frank! Frank! Frank, I know you're in there. Please let me in.
Go away.
It's Elaine. Let me in, Frank.
No, I don't want to see you.
Open this door. I've got to talk to you.
It's no use. Go away, please.
Frank, I'm staying right here until you let me in.
Why'd you have to come here?
I've been looking for you for 2 days, worried half out of my mind.
Why'd you have to come? Why'd you have to see me like this? It would have been better if you'd never found me.
Sit down here on the bed. I want to talk to you.
Oh, leave me alone. Just leave me alone, will you?
Please sit down.
Let me go.
Can't you understand, Frank? I only want to help you.
Can't you understand I'm beyond help? Can't you see you're blind? Go on, get out. Let me alone.
Frank. Frank.
I'm so sick.
You're going to get better now.
No, it's hopeless.
I'll get help.
Oh, it's too late. 3 months ago, maybe even 2. But not now.
I've already spoken to a doctor. He said you can't...
You only hurt yourself doing that. It must look fine, a woman with the kind of job you have, with a brother like me. You only shamed yourself.
There's nothing to be ashamed of, Frank. Any more than any other illness. Now, come on. I'm going to take you home.
I can't.
The doctor will tell us what to do. I'll take care of you. Don't you see, Frank? Everybody will want to help you.
But I don't want to help myself.
You will.
Don't you think I've tried? It didn't work. It's no use.
Frank, you're going to get well. You're going back and live a normal, healthy life. You're going to get well. You understand that?
What I've put you through, Elaine.
Oh, that's all past. I'm going to be proud of you, Frank. Very proud. Now you get dressed and wash. Do as I say. I'm going down to get you a container of coffee. I'll be back in a few minutes. Now you be ready.
I'll be ready.
Oh.
It's all right.
It didn't have to end this way. It could have been so different.
No, sis. It couldn't. There wasn't any other way to stop.
Harding speaking.
Mr. Harding, I asked to be put through directly to you. This is Agent Elaine Stewart.
Yes, Miss Stewart. What is it?
I must see you right away. May I come to your office?
Why, of course, but what's this about?
Murder.
What?
One just committed. And if I don't see you right away, I'm afraid another one will be committed. This time by me. It's no different, Mr. Harding. It's the same as if my brother Frank was murdered.
A little more water, Miss Stewart?
No, Mr. Peters. I'm all right now, thanks. Sorry I made such a fool of myself, Mr. Harding.
Oh, you didn't at all.
I don't know what I would have done if you didn't see me right away. It's peculiar, isn't it? As an agent, I've worked on many cases, all kinds. But when you're personally involved, things are kind of different.
Well, I've known you long enough, Miss Stewart, to know you do nothing wrong, no matter what.
A cigarette, Miss Stewart?
I would like one, yes. Thank you. You'd never know it, but I'm supposed to be the unemotional one in the family.
Now, look, you've been under a terrific strain. I think you're doing just fine.
Miss Stewart, is there anything else you could tell us about this?
I don't know. I may have forgotten something.
When did you first discover that your brother had become addicted?
For sure? Only a few weeks ago.
You didn't notice any symptoms before that?
I knew something was wrong, but I just thought he was tired, nervous, maybe overworked. Mr. Harding, I'd give anything to get the people responsible for Frank's death.
You didn't live with your brother, huh?
No, we had separate apartments.
You knew his friends?
All of them, I think, with one exception.
Who's that?
Well, a man who came to Frank's apartment once while I was there. My brother got rid of him very hurriedly.
It could be the peddler, Chief.
Yes, it could be. Do you remember what this man looked like?
Short, thin, cheaply dressed. Oh, and one other thing.
Yeah?
He had a twitch in his right eye.
I see. Fergus, this is Harding. Agent Stewart will be down there to identification in a few moments. Have the narcotics file ready for her to go through. All right, Fergus, thank you. Okay, if you want, Miss Stewart, you can rest here a while and then go down to IDAN.
No, I'd rather go right away.
Fine. Well, Peters and I should be back in about an hour. And while you're going through the photo file, we'll see what we can dig up in your brother's apartment.
Anything in that chest of drawers, Chief?
Come on, Peters. Let's take the clothes closet. I'll see what's in the box up here on the shelf. You go through that suit, then.
All right. What's in the box, Chief?
Well, dropper, syringe, empty bottle, small burner.
Minty was the main liner?
Yeah. Gone as far as he could, I suppose. Anything in that suit?
Nothing. One suit left. Sold himself out completely.
In all ways. Oh, wait a minute.
Hmm?
His hat.
Anything in it?
Yeah. Here, pasted inside the band. Phone number.
Equator 2, 6843. Peddler's number, you think?
Well, it must be if he went through the trouble of hiding it.
I'll run it down.
Do that right away. And meet me back at the office.
This is his photograph, Mr. Harding.
Are you sure, Miss Stewart?
Yes. This is the man I saw visit Frank's apartment.
You have a look at him, Peter, again, will you?
Now, there's no doubt about it, Chief. That's the guy. After I checked on that phone number, I went to the address. I saw him go in.
What name's he using?
Arthur Dodge. What have we got on him?
Real name's Arthur Dayton, known also as Blinky Dayton.
Any record?
4 arrests on narcotics charges.
2 convictions.
Worked the East here,
No, the West Coast.
Last known whereabouts, Delray, California.
Got too hot for him out there, I guess.
Well, we're going to make it even hotter here for Mr. Blinky Dayton.
Say, on these cold winter mornings, have you noticed the peace and quiet broken by sounds like this? Bucking and sputtering like that is a pretty unpleasant way to start off the day, and unnecessary, too. You see, there's a gasoline that's made to give you quick starts and fast warm-up, even on the coldest mornings. That gas is Gulf No-Nox.
Gulf No-Nox gets your car going quickly and keeps it going, without the stalling you get with so many other gasolines. It gives you full power at all times for fast pickup, smooth, safe passing.
And you can count on Gulf No-Nox to live up to its name. Yes, No-Nox gives you quiet power without annoying engine knocks and pings.
So drive in at your good Gulf dealers tomorrow.
Switch to Gulf No-Nox for quick starts, fast warm-up, and full quiet power. Gulf No-Nox, the gas that makes driving a pleasure. Now back to Counterspy.
Yeah, what is it?
This the man, Miss Stewart?
Yes, he's the one, Mr. Harding.
Harding.
Will you wait down in the car, please, Miss Stewart?
Yes, sir.
Hey, what is this?
We'll give you just one guess, Dayton.
That ain't my name. You got the wrong party.
Don't you wish it, Blinky?
What do you want with me? What was that dame fingering me for?
We'll talk about that inside.
What do you want with me, anyway?
We'd like to book you for murder.
Murder?
Yes. We'd like to, but we can't.
Look, what you got against me?
Officially, peddling narcotics. Unofficially, the death of Frank Stewart.
Stewart?
An ex-customer of yours.
Never heard of him. Look, you got me all wrong. I ain't peddling this stuff anymore.
Gave it up, hmm?
That's right.
You expect us to believe that?
You can, I swear.
We don't believe you.
You got the stuff here in the room?
I told you I'm out of the business.
Where's it hidden? The mattress, under the floor, or where?
I told you I'm out of the
Where's the stuff?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'll rip open the mattress.
All right, Peter. That's as good a place as any to start.
Wait.
The mattress turned out to be the best place to start, Chief.
Where'd you buy it, Dayton?
What difference does it make?
A lot. Now answer, Mr. Harding, where?
I don't remember.
We may have a way of curing your memory.
I don't remember.
You ever hear of the Boggs Act, Dayton?
I don't remember where I bought it.
The Act makes it tough on characters like you.
The penalties for illegal sale of narcotics under the Act are increased to 2 to 5 years for a first offender only.
And you, Dayton, already have 2 counts against you.
For a second offender, 5 to 10 years.
Third offender gets hit even harder, 10 to 20.
10 to 20.
Think about that, Dayton.
Think hard. 10 to 20 for you.
10 to 20.
Sort of makes the peddling business real risky, doesn't it?
20 years.
Who did you buy it from, Dayton?
Do I get any kind of break if I tell?
I'm not promising you anything.
Figure it out, Dayton. Can you be worse off if you tell? Well, Dayton?
Okay, all right.
We're listening.
I got the stuff over in Maryland.
Where in Maryland?
Glenton.
Where in Glenton?
Bowling Alley. Crystal Bowling Alley is the name of the place. Make a trip over there every month to pick up.
Pick up from whom?
Guy.
What guy? Come on, Dayton.
I don't know his name.
That's so? Dealing with him for how long?
About 6 months.
About 6 months and you don't even know his name, Never formally introduced, is that it?
I'm not kidding. That's the way the operation was worked. He knows the peddlers, but the peddlers don't know him.
What do you think, Chief?
Well, it's possible.
The truth, huh? I'll tell you the whole layout, and then you can check. You'll find out I'm not giving you the business.
You don't have to worry, Dayton. We'll find out. Come on. So you see, Miss Stewart, our next job is to find out who the seller is.
You didn't get his name from Blinky Dayton?
No, he said he didn't know it.
Believe him?
Well, I'm inclined to. Many times sellers play it that cozy.
But you know where the seller can be located.
Well, Dayton told us the truth, yes. Bowling alley over in Glenton.
Oh?
That's where he made his purchase once a month. On the third Monday.
I wish I could see this thing through.
Well, you're going to. I'm going to put you on the case.
Good.
But first, you've got just 10 days for a rapid training course in narcotics duty.
All right. And then what are your plans after that?
Well, on the appointed day, Miss Stewart, you'll visit that bowling alley as Blinky Dayton's girlfriend.
What'll it be, miss?
Just ginger ale.
One ginger. Okay.
Not many bowling tonight, huh?
Who fills up late here, 11, 12 o'clock, the joint's jumping. Here's your ginger. Straight.
Don't be fresh.
Just being friendly.
Well, just mop your bar and mind your own business.
Okay, girlie, if that's the way you want it.
That's the way.
Pardon me for breathing. What's yours, mister?
Beer.
Beer. Coming right up.
I didn't expect you here, Mr. Peters.
Chief wanted me to check, Miss Stewart, to be sure you're all set.
I'm all right.
You let it be known around yet that you're Blinky's girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Watch it.
One beer.
How much?
15.
Keep the change.
Thanks.
Know your stuff, Miss Stewart?
Yes, everything.
Blinky Dayton's record and
Back to his first arrest.
the narcotics terms.
Down to the last powder.
You've got the number to call.
Uh-huh.
If it gets rough, use it.
I will.
You'll be covered by agents anyway, just in case.
I hope I won't need them.
You never can tell. You scared?
Pretty much.
Remember what the chief said. You can back out anytime you want.
After what happened to my brother, what kind of a person do you think I am?
Me? I think you're swell.
Nice bowling. 2 strikes in a row. I said nice bowling.
So I heard you.
Oh, another strike. Regular champ, huh?
You're in my way.
Oh, unfriendly type, huh?
Not a friend.
Well, maybe I'm not such a stranger. What's your name?
Why?
Maybe we got a mutual friend.
Yeah? Who would that be?
That would be Blinky Dayton.
I've been waiting for you.
Took my time looking you over. What's your name?
Elaine Stewart. Blinky calls me Ellie.
What do I care what he calls you?
I only care why you're here.
I'm making a pickup for Blinky.
What pickup?
You know.
Maybe I don't. Why didn't Blinky come himself?
Sick.
Sick from what?
Same thing that always troubles him. His ulcers.
Ulcers, huh?
Oh, you know he complains about it to everybody.
So he's sick again, huh?
Don't believe me? Call him. You got his number.
He'll be there to get my call?
He's sick in bed. Where else would he be?
Okay, I'll call him.
He'll be there.
Take it from me. He better be.
Gulf Pride HD, the new motor oil that cuts engine wear as much as 80% in the day-to-day short trip driving that most of us do.
Short trip driving, taking the children to school, running errands to the store. That's the kind of driving most of us do. And it's the kind responsible for most engine wear. You see, short trip driving can dirty up engine parts more than any other kind of driving.
But now there's a new motor oil that keeps engines clean under all driving conditions. It's Gulf Pride HD, the new high detergency motor oil from Gulf. Gulf Pride HD reduces harmful sludge to a degree never before thought possible. Keeps pistons and piston rings amazingly clean.
And since a clean engine wears less, Gulf Pride HD cuts engine wear way down, as much as 80% in day-to-day short trip driving.
This extra protection can save you money by heading off motor troubles and avoiding repair bills. So don't wait another day to start using Gulf Pride HD in your car. Drive in tomorrow at your neighborhood good Gulf dealers. Change to high detergency Gulf Pride. New Gulf Pride HD. Now back to Counterspy.
Hello?
Hello, Stewart, Mr. Harding. I'm in a drugstore phone booth down the street from the bowling alley.
Yes, I know. Agent Conway's in a car just down the block. He radioed the information to me. Did you make out all right?
Yes, your plan worked to the letter. He said he called Blinky, and Blinky told him he was sick.
Yes, we saw to that, too.
I haven't been able to get our contact's name yet.
Well, Peter spotted him talking to you in the bowling alley. He recognized him as Charlie Vincent. We have a mile-long record on him. Now, what's your next step?
I'm to meet him in an hour.
Where?
The basement of an apartment house, 22 Elm Street, the boiler room.
He'll turn the stuff over to you then?
Said he would.
All right. That brings us up close to the finish.
Come in. You got the money?
Uh-huh. You got the stuff?
You know I like doing business with you. Better than with ugly Blinky, huh?
Blinky's expecting me back in Washington tonight.
What's your hurry?
Well, next time I won't be in such a hurry.
Then I can look forward to a return visit, huh?
Mm-hmm. You'll see me again. I'm sure.
That a promise?
It is. Now, how about the stuff?
Got 'em right here. 2 capsules of H. Take 'em.
Suppose we take him, Vincent. There's only one exit from this boiler room, Vincent. Come on if you want to try a break.
Cops.
You can wait outside, Miss Stewart.
All right, Mr. Harding.
She's with you.
Just one of us. Get those capsule feeders. That's all the evidence we'll need to wrap him up.
You're not going to give her any...
Quick, Peter. Come on, you cough him up.
Too late, Chief. He swallowed it.
That's right, Chief. Too late. Now what are you going to do, huh, Chief?
We have ways, friend.
Who are you trying to kid, friend? I read the papers. Supreme Court threw out a case last month because the cops got their evidence that way. The Supreme Court is on my side. Could I ask for anything better?
You might be asking for a lot more before we're finished with you.
Who are you trying to scare? I know my constitutional rights. What can you do?
We can hold you for 24 hours.
So hold me. So what?
You take it from me, Vincent. They could turn out to be the worst hours of your life. Let's go.
That door.
I can see it.
Inside. Here he is, Mr. Harding.
All right, Peters. Now you can ask Dr. Wheeler to step in.
Listen, what's this all about, huh?
Doctor, this is the man. Vincent, this is Dr. Wheeler of the Narcotics Division.
Who needs a doctor? I never felt better.
Vincent, you've been held here for 6 hours so far.
Who's complaining? I can wait the rest easy.
Now, before Dr. Wheeler speaks with you, I want you to realize that he's under oath as a medical man to tell you only the absolute truth.
Truth about what?
Doctor?
You swallowed 2 capsules of heroin. That correct, Vincent?
So?
Now, I presume the capsule covering is composed of gelatin.
So?
The digestive juices are potent enough to dissolve even the strongest gelatins within 12 to 18 hours.
Hey, what's he getting at?
Your funeral, Vincent, maybe.
What?
Please go on, Doctor.
2 capsules of heroin, even if the narcotic is only of 25% strength, are enough to kill a dozen men.
What? A dozen. Not just one, Vincent.
Now, I can safely say that if the capsules remain in your system, in a very short time, they'll prove fatal.
It means you'll be dead, Vincent.
Dead?
I repeat, if the capsules remain in your system, in a very short time, they'll prove fatal.
Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome, Mr. Harding.
Well, Doc, wait.
What is it, Vincent?
You can't let me die.
It's not up to us.
Doc, you can't let me die. Now, you got to save me.
He has to have your permission, Vincent.
That's the law, Vincent. You're a stickler for the law. Must have your permission.
Well, he's got it for the love... He's got to help me.
Well, the doctor is quite willing to cooperate.
And he's ready to go to work.
Okay, let him do it. We're wasting time.
The doctor will work on you right after we get from you names and locations.
Names?
Of everyone you sell to and the people you buy from.
What's the matter with you? We can't waste time.
You're the one who's wasting time, Vincent.
It's up to you.
All right. I'll tell you everything you want to know, but let's get it over with fast.
Start the recorder, Peters.
Right.
All right, Vincent, go ahead. Into this microphone. Start talking.
You got it all, Mr. Harding?
Everything, Miss Stewart. Agents are now rounding up the people involved with Vincent.
Well, I guess you don't need me on this assignment anymore.
No, but I just stopped by to thank you.
It's all in the line of duty.
Well, a bit above and beyond.
You know how I wanted to help, Chief.
Yes, I know. Of course, it doesn't bring your brother back.
Well, if what I've done has helped others like Frank, then that's something.
Well, it's a great deal more. Although they'll never know who you are or what you've done, I assure you, Miss Stewart, many people are very much in debt to you.
For safety, have your good Gulf dealer check your car's lights.
You know, just about half the cars on the road today have one or more burned out auto bulbs. That can mean real danger. But you can be sure your lights are working, even those you don't ordinarily see from the driver's seat, if you let your good Gulf dealer check every light on your car and replace any that may be burned out. This auto bulb check is a service your good Gulf dealer will be glad to perform. So drive in tomorrow, and for the life of your car, go Gulf. Tune in next week, same time, same station, to another exciting Counterspy report to the American people. Next week, case of the captain on the spot. In the relentless fight against the underworld combination which rules the criminal elements of this country, there are many methods of attack used by your law enforcement officers. One of the most successful is chipping away at the syndicate structure in as many different places as possible. Be sure to tune in next week for the never-before-revealed facts in case of the Captain on the Spot on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program was directed by Marks B. Loeb and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer with the Oscar Bradley Orchestra. Bill Rogers speaking. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lloyd production for the Gulf Oil Companies and your neighborhood good Gulf dealer. Be sure to see We the People on NBC television every Friday night. Consult your newspaper for time.
Fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective.
We'll have to cross the street, Nick. The bus stop's on the other corner.
Okay, Patsy. Oh, let's go. We had the green light.
Who's that voice?
Now, the case of the invisible treasure. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. Patsy has gone shopping with Nick in order to help him choose the right gift for an elderly friend who has a birthday next week. They finally made a selection at Madame Helene's gown shop on Fifth Avenue and are now working their way through the crowds of shoppers toward the street door.
Patsy, do you really think she'll like it?
She'll love it, Nick.
But she's 73. Not a little old for a black lace nightgown?
That's exactly why she'll love it. From now on, I'll bet you're her favorite person.
Oh, either that or she'll never speak to me again.
Oh, Nick, would you mind if I took just a minute to... Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I bumped into you and I... Why, it's Miss Bowen.
Oh, well, you're Al Harper, aren't you?
Sure, that's right. And here's Mr. Carter. Why, hello, Al. What are you doing out of the pen? I thought your sentence still had a couple of years to run. Good behavior. And believe me, it's going to be good from now on. I'm glad to hear it, Al. Yes, sir, I'm strictly legit now. I did a lot of thinking in the pen, and it started me on the right track. No hard feelings, then? Not a bit, Nick. I'm grateful to you. Fine. Well, I got to run. I got a date. See you around, huh? Sure. So long.
Goodbye.
So long.
Well, imagine that. Al Harper going straight.
Must be doing all right, too. He looks prosperous.
Well, I just hope it lasts. Come on, Nick. It's over this way.
What's over that way?
Well, didn't I tell you? I want to shop at the perfume counter.
Oh, dear. Now, ladies, please, I'll get you all just as fast as I can. After all, I'm only helping out here in the perfume department.
This spring violet does not suit my personality. Show me something daintier.
Yes, madam. If you only...
Clerk, I'm in a very great hurry. Would you...
I'll be with you in a moment, madam.
I've been a customer here for 20 years, and I demand some consideration. Clerk, I know I'm next.
Very well, madam. Now, we have a very lovely selection.
I know exactly what I want. It's a cologne called Heavenly Sin.
Heavenly Sin? Heavenly Sin. Now, let me see.
It's right there in front of you, those large bottles with a cut glass stopper.
Oh, yes, of course.
Let me see one of those, too. Nothing doing. I'm buying all he has in stock. Oh, a hoarder, eh? We'll see about that. Clerk, I'll take a bottle of Heavenly Sin. I spoke first. I'm having all you have in stock, Clerk.
I'm sorry, madam, but it's against our policy to disappoint a customer.
But
we only have a few bottles left, so I'm afraid I'll have to set a limit. One bottle of Heavenly Sin to a customer.
That's what you get for being greedy. You and your fancy mink coat.
Oh, I'll wrap it up for you, madam. Hey, Patsy, let's get out of here.
All these women getting on your nerves, Nick?
Oh, it's awful.
Well, I think shopping's fun. I beg your pardon. Are you speaking to me? Yes. Would you do me a great favor? Well, yes. What is it? Here's $20. Will you buy me a bottle of Heavenly Sin? Of course. The price is $14.98. Keep the rest for your trouble. You don't need to do that. Clerk.
Just a moment, madam.
You can wrap up a bottle of that for me, too.
Yeah, of course, madam. Hey, what is this stuff anyway, Bessie?
I never heard of it before.
Hey, you.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, you. Snap it up. I'm in a hurry.
I'll be right with you, sir. Now, madam, that would be $14.98 plus tax.
Look, let them dames wait. You got any heavenly sin?
I'll be with you in a minute, sir.
You'll be with me right now. How many bottles you got left?
Only 2.
I'll take them both.
I'm sorry, 1 bottle to a customer.
Nuts to that. I said I'd take them both.
Yes, but
Do you want me to get tough about it?
Oh, I'll wrap them up for you immediately, sir.
Look, what is it?
I don't know, but I'm getting interested.
Here's your money, clerk.
Oh, thank you, madam. I'll have your change in a moment.
Well, how about my bottle of heavenly sin?
Oh, here it is, madam. That will be 14.
Hey, wait a minute. I said I'm buying all you got. Give me that.
Oh, no, you don't. Get your hands off that
Look,
bottle.
I'll pay you for it, lady. Now let go.
I said get your hands off.
But I'm going to pay you.
I'll show you.
Hey, what are you doing?
That girl hit him with her umbrella.
Why, you old battle-axe. Oh, please.
And if you lay a finger on this bottle, I'll scream for the police.
Oh, now, look, lady. I'll give you $25 for that bottle of heavenly sin.
No, you can't call me names.
$50.
I'll have you know I don't need your money. Get out of my way.
$100.
I wouldn't give you this bottle of cologne for $1 million.
Oh, no.
Here's your money, clerk.
Just a moment, madam. You have 26 cents change coming.
Keep it. And you'll never see me in this store again. I never was so insulted in all my life.
Look, sister, let's be sensible about it.
Oh, dear. Such a scene. Oh, now, let's see. This other bottle goes to the young lady here. I'll pay for it.
But, Nick, I have the money.
I'll give it back to the young lady who gave it to you, Betsy.
Now, wait a minute. He's buying that for me.
I'm afraid not. There's something about this heavenly sin cologne that interests me, too.
Why,
You keep the money. We'll keep the heavenly sin.
We'll have to cross the street, Nick. I'll get the bus on the opposite corner.
Yes, I know, but wait till the light changes.
Yeah. Nick, why in the world did you buy that cologne?
Because I'm curious to know why everyone wanted to corner the market on it.
That girl in the mink coat could have murdered us both. After all, I did promise to buy it for her.
Awfully pretty girl, wasn't she?
Well, if you like bleached blonde.
Patsy, what could there be about that cologne to make even a thug like that other character offer $100 for it?
I can't imagine. Unless it's awfully scarce.
Well, you take it back to the office, will you? As soon as I get there, we'll see what's in the bottle.
Aren't you coming with me?
No, I have to pick up some new chemicals from my lab. I'll be there as soon as I... Oh, here's the light. Come on.
Hey, let me show you.
Nick, that boy. Isn't that...
Are you all right? Are you all right?
I guess not. In my knees.
Oh, lucky that taxi had good brakes. It's fallen. Are you all right? Oh, hello, Al.
I'm okay. But Nick, I gotta tell you something.
Here, let me help you pick up those packages. Oh, thanks, Al. I've got the rest of them.
Nick, listen to me.
Oh, you tell me about it later, Patsy. Here's a taxi. Get in.
But...
In you go. I don't want to stand up in a crowded bus after this shake-up you had.
But, Nick,
You better tell the driver to take you home to change your stockings first. I'll see you at the office in about an hour. So long. Any calls for me, Patsy?
Not a thing.
How do you feel after your accident?
I tried to tell you, Nick, it was no accident.
What?
Someone pushed me in front of that taxi.
Pushed you? Are you sure?
Of course I am. I distinctly felt a hand in the middle of my back.
Wow. And that was just about the time that Al Harper showed up.
No, it wasn't Al. I saw him in a crowd 10 or 15 feet away just before it happened. Besides, I know who it was.
You do? Who?
That same man who tried to buy up all the heavenly sin cologne.
What? Not that they examined those characters at the perfume counter.
That's the one. I heard his voice behind me just as I was pushed.
And I was right. There is something important about that cologne. Let's have a look at the bottle.
Oh, Nick, we can't.
Well, why can't we?
It's all smashed. I had to throw it away.
Well, I didn't notice it was broken when we picked up the packages after the accident.
We must have been too excited, but after I got in the taxi, I began to notice that the air just reeked of cologne. So I looked down, and there it was, running out of the package. It was a mess.
Did you notice anything unusual about the cologne itself?
No, it smelled very ordinary to me.
There wasn't anything inside the bottle except cologne.
No, not a thing. Oh, by the way, do you have my box of bath salts?
Your what?
My bath salts. They were in a package just about the same size as the cologne bottle was. I thought you picked it up when I fell down.
You mean a package the same size and shape as the one the cologne was in is missing?
Well, if you don't have it, it must be.
Well, there's the answer.
Huh?
That's why you were pushed in front of that taxi, so that you'd drop the packages, and in the excitement, somebody could get away with one.
But who'd want my bath salts?
They got the bath salts by mistake, Patsy.
What?
It was the cologne they were after. And they wanted it badly enough to risk killing you to get it.
Oh, why, of course. The packages looked alike, and they sold the wrong one.
Exactly.
Oh, I wish I hadn't broken that bottle. Now we may never know what made it so valuable.
Well, whatever it was, that blonde in the mink coat knew it, too.
How about the other woman, the battle axe?
Oh, no, she didn't know, because she wasn't even interested until they tried to get the cologne away from her.
That's right. She only bought it out of stubbornness.
You know, if we could locate her, if she still has the cologne, maybe we can find the answer that way.
But we don't know who she is.
No, we don't. But she said she'd been a customer of Madame Helene's for 20 years. I'll see what I can find out in the store in the morning. I'm sorry, sir, but I never saw the lady before. I see. Well, are you the regular clerk in the perfume section? I am not a clerk at all. I'm the department supervisor. I was just helping out yesterday in an emergency. An emergency? Yes. Miss Brochet, our buyer and chief sales lady in perfume, had to be rushed to the hospital with acute appendicitis. She was operated on yesterday afternoon. Uh-oh. And I won't be able to see her for a day or two. No, I'm afraid not. Oh, say, you know, I've been wondering why everyone was so anxious to buy up our stock of heavenly sins. I wonder, too. But it looks as though I'm going to have trouble finding out.
How'd you make out, Nick?
Oh, I didn't. Nobody at the store has any idea who that woman is.
Well, I think I know.
You do? Well, how did you find out?
By reading the morning papers.
Huh?
Look.
Widow slain in West Side rooming house. Body of Mrs. Eldora Telford, 47, was discovered...
Not there. The next paragraph.
In a shabby room reeking of strong cologne.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, it does tie in. Oh, but even so...
Go on. Start reading there.
Mrs. Telford evidently put up a determined fight for her life. Grasped in her right hand was a broken cologne bottle of heavy cut glass. The label reading, ironically enough, Heavenly Sin.
Now tell me I'm wrong.
No, Patsy, you're right. We've found what we were looking for too late.
With the brutal murder of Mrs. Telford and the destruction of the only other bottle of cologne Nick knows about, it seems that his chance of solving the riddle has vanished. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the invisible treasure. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick believes that Mrs. Eldora Telford was murdered because she had in her possession a bottle of cologne called Heavenly Sin. But what the secret of the cologne may be, he doesn't know. Nick and Patsy are now in Mrs. Telford's room to see whether they can learn anything there. The lodging house janitor is with them.
Well, Patsy, there's no chance of finding out anything from the cologne itself. Bottle's completely smashed.
It looks as though she used it as a weapon to defend herself.
Yeah, nobody scared Miss Telford. She got mind of her own.
I could tell that at the store yesterday.
Funny, nobody heard the fight. Been thinking maybe it happened early last night when most of my roommates is out. Well, even so, you'd think somebody would hear it. Yeah, but that new girl across the hall, she got the radio on so loud I got to pound steam pipes 3 times.
Radio?
Yeah, one of those mystery program, all screaming, shooting, yelling, carrying on. Wait a minute. You said a new girl? Yeah, sure. She used to move in last night. Right across hall. Come on, let's go over there.
Yes. A radio blasting away might have covered up the sound of a fight.
Yes, especially if the house was almost deserted. This the room? Yeah, but I don't think she'll be home. Oh, we'll see.
What does your new roomer look like, Mr. Hanson?
Well, she was so pretty like anything. She dressed so good and fine for a coat. Was it brown fur? Yeah, sure.
She didn't have blonde hair, did she?
Yeah, that's her, long yellow hair. You know her, huh? Wouldn't be surprised. Oh, we're not getting anywhere knocking. I'm going in.
But she wasn't even locked.
No reason why it should be, Patsy. She's gone.
Go to Madame Helene's down shop again.
There's one more thing I want to check. They handle that cologne regularly. They may have the address of someone else that bought a bottle sometime in the past.
You mean on a charge account?
Well, either that or a record of delivery.
But, Nick, if the cologne is so valuable to these crooks, I can't understand why they let Mrs. Telford splatters all over the room.
Patsy, I'm not so sure it's the cologne they're after.
Then what is it?
Well, there was one thing missing in Mrs. Telford's room. The stopper to that bottle.
Oh, that's right. I didn't see it either. And it's the sort of thing you'd be sure to notice.
That's right. It was very large. It made it look like cut glass, wasn't it?
Uh-huh.
Oh, if we'd only saved the pieces of the bottle you had.
What? I did.
You did?
Yes. That package was such a mess, I didn't like to leave it in the taxi, so I carried it up to my room and threw it in the wastebasket.
That's great. I'll stop at the next corner. You can get a taxi. Go home and get that glass stopper and take it to the office. I'll meet you there in less than an hour.
Yes, but I'm going right out again, Ruby.
Oh, you're sure a busy girl, I say that.
No time to be lazy on my job, Ruby. Oh, what? Come on in, sister, and make yourself at home.
Yeah, we've been waiting for you.
But, Mr. Carter, it would be a tremendous amount of work to check through all those records. Sorry, but I don't care how much work it is. I want to find out whether you know anybody who ever bought a bottle of Heavenly Sin cologne. Well, I suppose it could be done. Sure. Is there anything you can tell me? I'm afraid not. If Miss Boucher works in the hospital, she might know. Would you sell very much of that cologne? No, very little, as a matter of fact. Heavenly Sin is an imported scent. We get only a half dozen bottles every now and then. Where's it imported from? It's made by a small concern in France. Miss Boucher attends to the ordering. Hey, come to think of it, I've never even seen it on the counter till yesterday. Why was it there then? Well, when Miss Boucher was taken to the hospital so unexpectedly, I had to step in. The shipment had just arrived, so I put it on display. Did she usually unpack it herself? I imagine so. I see. Well, please have those records checked as soon as possible. Yes. I think I'm beginning to understand what this is all about. Well, I certainly wish I did.
I know Miss Patsy ain't in her room, Mr. Carter. When I seen her about 2 hours ago, she said she was going right out again.
I know. She was supposed to meet me at my office.
Oh, here's her room.
Thanks. Holy smoke.
Well, would you look at that? What struck this place anyway?
This room has been searched. And thoroughly.
And after me cleaning it all up only this morning.
Oh, confound it. The wastebasket's empty.
I told you I made up the room, Mr. Carter. I dumped all that stuff out of the wastebasket in the incinerator.
You did? Oh, good grief.
Well, all except one little bitty old piece of glass. Some kind of bottle stopper, I guess.
You saved that stopper?
Huh?
What'd you do with it?
The bottle stopper? Well, I didn't think Miss Patsy cared seeing how she threw it away. It was so pretty, I was going to take it home for my little girl to play with.
Ruby, you hold on to that stopper, and I'll see that you get the biggest tip you ever had.
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Carter. I'll get it for you right away.
No, not now. I haven't time. I've got to find Patsy. This is Nick Carter.
Oh?
Did you find out anything about the people who bought that cologne?
Yes, Mr. Carter. And it's rather surprising, too.
Well, what did you find?
Well, Miss Brochet must have stopped it just for a few special customers, because each shipment contained only 6 bottles.
Do you know who got them?
I'm coming to that. I suppose it's why she never put them on display.
What do you mean?
All 6 bottles went out on the delivery truck every time, and always to the same customers.
The same customers?
Yes.
You have their names?
Yes, the list is right here. Miss Lillian Lamont, Mr. William Avery, Mrs. George Nestor, Mr. Alan Harper.
What?
Mr. Alan Harper, 374 West Corey Street. And then there was...
Never mind the rest. I've got what I need to know. I'm asking you for the last time, sister. What did you do with that stopper?
I tell you, I don't know. She's lying now.
Yeah, let me slap a little sense into her.
You'll get your chance, Curly, if she doesn't open up.
When that man pushed me and the bottle broke, I wasn't interested in it anymore. I threw it away.
Now, don't try to kid me. I saw you get into that taxi with it, and Lil trailed you all the way home in another cab.
You didn't throw anything out of that cab, Al. I'll swear to that.
So you had it when you went into your house. Now, where is it?
I don't know.
No? Maybe that'll teach you I'm not fooling. What did you do with that stopper?
I threw it in the wastebasket.
She's stalling again, Al. Curly and I tore that room apart. It wasn't there.
Give me a chance, Al. I'll make that thing talk.
You're going to get your chance in just a minute. Now, sister, for the last time, are you going to tell me?
I don't know where it is. I don't know.
Okay, you're asking for it. Curly, you can take over.
Yeah, Al, I'll do that. Lil?
What?
Turn on the radio and turn it up good and loud. We don't want nobody to hear this.
Curly Martin advances toward Patsy as the radio blares forth loudly to cover the sound of her scream. We'll see what happens in just a minute. Now for the conclusion of the case of the invisible treasure. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. The cut glass stopper of a cologne bottle is so important to Al Harper and his gang that they've committed murder to get possession of one. Now they've taken Patsy to Harper's home to force her to reveal where the stopper she had is hidden.
Turn that radio up louder, Lil.
Okay, Curly.
Yeah, that's better. Now I'll just start by...
Oh, no, please. I tell you I don't know.
Go on, Curly. Pound some sense into her head.
No, please. No.
Open up in there. Shut up, Lou. Shut up. Open up or I'll break that door down.
Al, it's the law.
Move aside, Lil. I'm going to shoot right through.
My arm.
Stay right where you are, Harper. If there's any more shooting to be done, I'll do it. You're through.
Oh, it was a lucky thing you were on the fire escape outside the window when Al started to shoot me.
Not all luck, Patsy. When I learned that Al Harper was one of the people to whom those bottles of cologne were delivered, I felt pretty sure they'd take you to his place.
So you brought the police with you?
That's right. They went up inside the house while I came up the fire escape.
Uh-huh. But, Nick, have you found out what's so important about that cut glass bottle stopper?
Mm-hmm. And here it is. I'll show you.
Oh, it is pretty. Look how it sparkles.
Here, wait a minute, and I'll show you some real sparkle.
Oh, Nick, what are you going to do with that hammer? Oh, you broke it.
I certainly did.
Why, it was full of water.
Mm-hmm. Sealed in. And that's not all. Look.
Diamonds. Why, there must be...
About $20,000 worth in every bottle of that cologne. You see, Patsy, in water, diamonds are almost invisible. And inside that cut glass stopper, they were completely so.
And Al and his gang were smugglers?
You guessed it. That heavenly thin cologne was bottled in France by a company which was really only the front for a gang of crooks.
Oh. And the perfume buyer at Madame Helene's gown shop was the receiver on this end?
That's right. Madame Helene didn't know anything about it. The buyer, Marie Boucher, unpacked every shipment personally. and sent it out on the delivery truck to the members of the gang.
So when she was suddenly taken to the hospital with appendicitis, it upset all their plans.
I'll say it did. The big shipment was due that day. She knew that if she wasn't there, it'd be put on the counter.
Uh-huh.
So from the hospital, she managed to get word to Al and the others.
And they all came down to buy it up before anyone else had a chance.
Right. And if it hadn't been for Mrs. Telford's stubbornness, they'd have got away with it.
God. Nick, was it Lil who murdered Mrs. Telford?
No, Curly. Lil took that room across the hall to keep an eye on Mrs. Telford, so she could let Curly into the house when nobody else was there.
I see. By the way, doesn't the Customs Bureau pay a reward for turning in smugglers?
It does, and you'll get your share of it.
Oh.
Not only that, I'm going to get you a nice present to make up for all the trouble you had.
Why, Nick, how wonderful. What kind of a present?
A nice big bottle of cologne.
It's time now for another hard-hitting adventure with Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone on Night Beat. But first, a reminder. Tomorrow evening, join Brian Donlevy as he takes you on another dangerous assignment. Sunday, Douglas Fairbanks brings you authentic action stories based on activities of your government security agents. This new series is The Silent Men, and you'll enjoy the pulse-quickening adventures which the Silent Men bring to the NBC microphone. Then Monday night, Herbert Marshall assumes that mysterious identity of the man called X. And for photos of your favorite NBC stars, buy the current NBC Silver Jubilee issue of Radio TV Mirror magazine. And now it's Night Beat on NBC. NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Tonight's story began more than a year ago, around 7 a.m. of a cold November. The city room was a wilderness of empty desks. There was a chill in the air. The radiators were knocking, but the heat wasn't coming in. Dawn dribbled down the main aisle like dirty dishwater. My desk lamp shone dismally on a cup of stale coffee and a chocolate donut, one bite missing. I was trying to finish my column and go home, but it was just one of those days. The words wouldn't come. And I just sat there looking at the typewriter keys, hating them one and all from A through shift lock to ditto marks. And the drunk smiled sadly. Oh, nuts.
That must be him, all right, Jenny.
I suppose so. I pictured a better-looking man.
I looked up. The old guy was as twisted and gnarled as an old shillelagh. If you can picture a shillelagh in a seedy mail-order suit. The old gal was dressed in shapeless black crepe. Looked like something left over from a rather unsuccessful funeral. Yeah.
You go right on with your chores. Mr. Carothers and I'll just stand around and gawk.
Yeah, you do that.
Looks a lot easier than seeding an acre of barley, huh, Mr. Carothers?
Yeah, but watch them fingers go. Like a bunch of beavers.
Oh, beavers. Look.
You are Randy Stone, who covers the Night Beat?
Mm-hmm. And you two, I presume, are the Livingstons.
The Carothers.
Jenny and S.B. Carothers of Burroughs Junction, Illinois.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you.
You know, I bet you we've got every last column you ever wrote, Mr. Stone, pasted in our Chicago scrapbook.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, along with Irv Kupsonet's column.
And the writings of that dear Mr. O'Brien before that sweet soul passed on. All you people who write about Chicago.
Ah. Mm-hmm.
And now we're really here ourselves.
Oh, it's like a dream come true. 55 years we waited.
Well, it doesn't seem that long, does it? Well, it's been fine seeing you. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Yes, sir. Jen and I met at the Columbian Expedition back in 1895. That's why we have such a warm spot in our heart for Chicago. She worked in a cigar factory up in East Chicago. That's what attracted me. Had nicotine on her fingers. Figured she must be one of them bad girls you're always hearing about and never lucky enough to meet.
Now, Mr. Carothers, you stop that.
Oh, that fair was quite an extravaganza. Of course, you heard about Little Egypt, Mr. Stone.
Oh, sure.
Oh, no, you stop that this minute, Mr. Carothers.
Oh, she had it, Mr. Stone. That little lady had it.
Will you listen to this dried-up old man? If that just doesn't...
Look, I'm sorry, but I've got to finish my work. Is there something you wanted?
No. Well, not exactly, that is.
Not exactly. Uh-huh.
We come off the train at 5:07 this morning and walked around a piece. All seems too strange, though. You know, the only place still standing is the hotel where Jen and I spent our honeymoon. But what a ruin that is today.
And you registered there?
No. That's it. That's what we want to talk to you about.
Where's your luggage?
Didn't bring any with us.
Oh, I see.
I know Jenny's pretty hungry and tired.
Now, you're the one who's hungry and tired.
But I just couldn't go into any place and, well...
Oh, yeah, sure, I understand. Only the flattery about the column and the just folks talk, that wasn't necessary. Here. This 5-spot help?
Stand up. Stand up or I'll smash you right where you are.
B.J. Carothers, you stop that.
You tell him to stand up.
All the blood's rushing to your head and that vein is standing out. Now you turn right around and start walking for those stairs.
What is this?
Mr. Carothers, you hear me?
I just want him to...
Start walking.
Oh.
I'll be right with you. We didn't come here to beg, Mr. Stone.
You coming, Jen?
Be right with you, Mr. Joe Lewis.
Well, it's not begging if you're hungry.
We came here to see you. Well, because even if you never knew us, we've been reading about you for so long, we felt like you were an old friend. We just came by
Come on, Jen.
Yes, all right.
Now, wait a minute. Oh, now, look. Stop. Will you stop?
You just leave us alone.
Now, Mr. Carothers.
Look, I'm tired and I'm irritable. I'm having trouble with my story.
Jen and me, we never took a dime we didn't work hard for.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Carothers' pride. It's the talk of the whole county.
I can see it would be. Only when you mention not eating and having no luggage...
Hey, look in this purse of mine.
Now, stop that.
I want him to look into it. Does this look like we need your $5? 2,000 in traveler's checks is all.
Now, Mr. Carothers, I don't like that, not one tiny bit.
And I want to show him.
That's just plain boasting. I just won't stand for it.
But, Jen...
You just better also tell him that it's the last red cent we have in the whole world, plus all the money from next year's crop advanced by the bank, plus $500 from a second mortgage on the property.
Still don't need his $5.
I told you, I'm sorry.
Well, all right then.
Now, what are you going to do with all that money?
We're going to make a dream come true.
A dream?
We only had about $12 between us when we got married.
Less than $5, you boaster.
Well, whatever. Let me tell him, will you?
Well, just keep the facts straight.
Ever since then, we always dreamed of coming back in style. If it couldn't be with the red carpet and all the trimmings...
You just listen to that man.
Now, it's true, and you know it. How many hours we spent just talking about what we do.
Well...
Only every time we got a few dollars ahead, well, something happened.
Yes, if it wasn't the floods, it was the drought, and if it wasn't a dust storm...
It was another baby on the way.
Mr. Carothers.
Well, now we decided we're going to make that dream come true no matter what. Only we're a couple of old hayseeds, and we need help. You know, right clothes, the right hotel, the right restaurants.
And you want my advice?
We did until you got so generous with $5.
We still do, Mr. Stone.
Well, I'll be very happy to help you.
Well, thank you. Jen and me, we just got to have the best time of our whole lives.
His voice had suddenly changed, and somehow the city room seemed to have grown much colder. I turned quickly to look at him. In the dim light, I saw something in those faded eyes that sent a trembling running through me. And then I looked again, and whatever I'd seen in the eyes wasn't there anymore. I decided that I was just tired, imagining things, and I let it go at that. They were a couple of sweet old characters, and I was going to do right by them. I poured enough coffee down my throat to push the cobwebs away, and then we started out on the town. First stop, of course, was an exclusive dress shop for stylish matrons on Michigan Boulevard. That's where all the lovely mannequins come equipped with soft gray wigs, and the indirect lighting and the specially designed mirrors were more than kind.
Well, what do you think of this dress, Mr. Carothers?
Same as I thought of the others. Makes you look too old.
Oh!
Haven't they got something that shows a little of the foreleg?
Foreleg is what horses have.
Yeah, on a woman. The word is calf.
Well, whatever it is, I want to see it. So you just tell the young lady to bring out something else. Well, break it to me gently. How do I look?
Real nice, Mr. Carothers.
I feel like a fish. Let me peek in this mirror.
He always does look so fine and blue, Mr. Stone. He just does wonders for his eyes.
Yeah.
Well, it's a mighty fine hotel, and I'm glad that Mr. Carothers is registering. But...
Yeah, I know how you feel. $38 a day. It makes me a little weak in the knees.
No, it's not that. I want us to have the very best of everything. It's not that at all. It's just... Well...
Yeah?
Oh, we're country people, Mr. Stone. I don't know how to say it.
Let's say what?
I've been married to Mr. Carothers for 53 years. And in all that time, we've never slept apart. And I don't intend that we should start now.
What?
I've heard about these big city hotels with their twin beds.
You got nothing to worry about, honey. Not in the bridal suite. Well, after that, I gave Mr. Carothers my telephone number should he need me, and then I staggered home for a couple hours of sleep. I was dead tired, but I wouldn't have traded this day for anything in the world. But then, just as I was about to doze off, all the warmth suddenly left me again, and again I heard what should have been just a nice bit of dialogue from a sweet old guy.
Jen and me, we just got to have the best time of our whole lives.
And for a moment, all the sleep was gone. I sat up, and when I tried to light a cigarette, my fingers trembled. And I didn't know why. During the next weeks, I got frequent calls from the Carothers. They were having the time of their lives. They insisted I have at least one dinner with them, their treat. We ate at the pump room, where the prices can give you indigestion, but never the food. And then I could see that I wasn't the only one who'd fallen under the spell of Mr. and Mrs. Carothers of Burroughs Junction, Illinois. The waiters, the busboys, the maitre d', the people at the other tables, there was love at first sight. And the evening ended in the great schmaltzy tradition with Mr. and Mrs. Carothers dancing by themselves on the small floor. And when the dance was over, everybody was clapping and touching their napkins to their eyes. Then the farmer and his wife came back to the table, hand in hand.
Oh, my head. Where's the man out? It's hot in here.
You better sit down before you fall over, Mr. Carothers.
Oh, kid, I could dent you into the floor.
Kid? He's getting citified fast, huh, Mr. Stone?
Yes, he sure is, kid.
Yes, sir. Could dent you into the floor every night of the week and twice on the 4th of July.
Well, there's not going to be any more dancing. This is our last night.
Oh?
Money's all gone. Oh, but what a time we had.
Got a lot more respect for money if it can bring us a month like this, eh, Jim?
Oh, isn't it the truth?
We ought to drink a final toast, then. Just about enough left. All right. You've got the floor, Mr. Carothers.
Oh, all right. Well, I can't think of anything real clever. Let me see. Oh, I got a toast I learned at a stag when I was a growing boy.
Now, Mr. Carothers.
I wasn't going to use it, Jen. No. Here's my toast. For every moment of our life together, I thank you, my dear.
I went on about my work, checked in with the office at midnight as usual, and the girl at the switchboard had a message for me. Call Central Police Station and ask for Captain Barton. I put in the call thinking, well, laddie, back to the old routine. Then the captain came on the phone.
Stone, we got a torn jacket down here with your name and telephone number scribbled on a slip of paper in one of the pockets.
Well, all my jackets are accounted for, Captain. I'm wearing it.
Oh, this one belonged to an old fella around 70. Dark blue, good material.
Well, that sounds like it belongs to Mr. Carothers.
Now, how do you spell that name? Where can I get a hold of him right away?
Wait a minute, not so fast. What's up?
Plenty is up. Your Mr. Carothers is on his way to commit murder.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Before we begin Act 2 of tonight's exciting adventure with Randy Stone, we'd like to pause and salute station WKBH in La Crosse, Wisconsin. Today, station WKBH celebrates the completion of 25 years of broadcasting to the residents of Wisconsin, Iowa, and Minnesota. From the entire staff of Night Beat, sincere congratulations to you, WKBH, on your silver anniversary. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Captain Barton sat on the edge of his desk while I examined the jacket. And across from him was a mournful-looking man with a fresh bandage plastered to his forehead. Barton stood up.
Well?
Yes, it's his. What's it all about? How'd he get torn?
How did he get torn, he asks.
Suppose you tell him, Mr. Hartman.
What's to tell? He's strong for an old man like that.
Well, he did farm work all his life.
I could make a joke and say he sure plowed into me. Big joke.
Mr. Hartman operates a pawn shop on Milwaukee Avenue.
Well, what was he doing in your pawn shop?
He was attracted by a revolver display I had in the window.
Revolver display?
Particularly one Colt .32, priced $35. Worth every penny.
He tried to steal the gun?
I didn't say that. He wanted to buy it, okay, but he didn't have a license. So I told him to go down to the police department and get a license tomorrow. He said he didn't have the time. It had to be now.
It had to be now?
I said I was sorry. With me, it's strictly legitimate. And the roof fell in. An old man like that.
It sure doesn't sound like the fellow I know.
He took the gun and started running for the door. Well, I grabbed him by the sleeve of his jacket here, and whammo, he smacks the gun into my puss. Well, I hang on to the coat. It splits right down the middle, and he keeps running.
That isn't the only item on your Mr. Carothers tonight, Stone.
What do you mean?
This statement here didn't add up until Mr. Hartman came in. You listen to this. A telephone report from the Ajax Drug Store, 1947 Wabash Avenue. Ernest J. Gorman, manager. The statement follows. At about 8:40 p.m. tonight, Gorman waited on an elderly man dressed in a dark blue suit. The man told Gorman he wished to purchase some poison.
Poison?
The man claimed he wanted poison to destroy rats, but Gorman's suspicions were aroused by the man's insistence on knowing the reaction of such poisons on the human body.
The old guy's a real doozy.
The man offered Gorman $100.
That's what he offered me, only I turned him down cold. I've been in business since 1900.
Yeah. Go on, Captain.
$100 for a few capsules of poison. When Gorman refused, the man exclaimed, "I won't let her suffer. I'll find some way," and disappeared before Gorman could stop him.
Oh, brother.
So he doesn't need the poison. He has my $35 gun.
Hey, where are you going?
The phone. Operator, get me the Ambassador East Hotel. Fast, please. I don't know the number. It's an emergency.
Is that where they're staying?
Yes, you better get over there quick.
I'll get on this intercom. Hurry. Have a car out in front right away. We'll be right...
Oh, hello. I want to speak to Mr. Carothers, room 1217. Yes, hurry, please. What's that? When? I see. Okay. Thank you. You can cancel that car, Captain.
Huh?
Mr. and Mrs. Carothers checked out of the hotel 3 hours ago. Left no forwarding address. When I left the police station a little after 2 a.m., I really felt Jim Dandy. I tried to get back to work, but that was a lost cause. Trying to kill his wife, it didn't make sense. It just didn't make sense. I recalled the first time I'd seen them, the old guy shooting off his mouth about the Columbian Exposition of 1895, Little Egypt, and how changed everything was. And then I stopped dead in my tracks. That hotel that they'd stayed in back in 1895. I started running for the nearest phone booth. I woke up half a dozen people all over Chicago, local historians, hotel keepers. Finally, a sleepy-voiced fellow in charge of the Hotel Association of America gave me an answer.
Must be the Gulliver House.
Gulliver House? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what you must mean. Built for the exposition.
Where is it?
Let me try and clear my head. Woke me up out of a sound sleep.
Will you please hurry? It's urgent.
93rd Street, yeah. It was considered very elegant when it was built. But now it's practically a flop house.
No, there wasn't much left of the Gulliver House early grandeur. The marble floors were cracked and stained. The oversized chandeliers were filled with cobwebs and burned-out bulbs that nobody bothered to replace. A flock of beat-up leather chairs, an open elevator in the corner like a birdcage waiting for a lost canary. Nobody around but a bearded guy snoozing on a couch. I went to the desk. The night clerk was in an alcove making a pot of coffee on a little gas plate. I banged the bell.
I'll be right with you.
An old couple named Carothers check in here tonight.
Carothers?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yes, a couple of hours ago. Room 412. Just let me finish measuring out this coffee now.
Take your time. I got all night.
Hey, where are you going? No, you wait till I call him. Don't you take that elevator.
The elevator was another relic of the Columbian Exposition. And for the sake of the older generation, I only hope Little Egypt had just half the vibrations. It seemed to move in all directions except up. Oh, come on. What was I going to find in room 412? I didn't even want to think about it. By then, I'd reached the 4th floor. And through the iron grillwork, I saw Mr. Carothers standing in a faded bathrobe and holding a Colt revolver that would have looked much better in the hock shop window.
Well, open the door and come on out.
What have you done to Jenny?
The clerk called up and told me you were on your way.
That open door down the hall, that's your room?
Stay right where you are, Mr. Stone. That must be the manager ringing for the elevator.
What have you done to your wife?
Keep your voice down. Folks sleeping.
Tell me.
My nephew, Martin, that's my sister's boy. If he hadn't got out of medical school last June, well, you know how it is. We wanted to give him a start. Figured it was time for a physical examination anyhow.
Uh-huh.
I guess I ain't been to a doctor since maybe 1927 when I tore a ligament in my back. And Jenny, well, almost as long. Anyhow, poor Martin, after he examined us in July, he called me into his office and said he was sorry that he ever become a doctor. Nice boy. He sure hated to tell me that Jenny had to die.
Die?
One of them incurable things. Too late to do anything about it. No pain yet. Another couple of months for that. And then maybe 2 more months at the most. Oh, I wish he'd stop that.
That's when you decided on the trip to Chicago?
At least we did have that, huh? Forget everything but how happy we were.
Yeah.
But in the back of my mind, I decided that when the trip was over, well, I hadn't been able to do very much for Jenny. Maybe I could fix it so she wouldn't have to suffer.
And so you got the gun, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Where are you going?
Your room.
I'm warning you, don't. Don't. You'll wake her up.
What?
Here's the gun. Take it.
It hasn't been fired.
I couldn't even do that for her. I sat there and I tried, but I couldn't even do that.
I see.
I can't help it. I'm selfish, I guess. I want every minute that I can have with her. I don't care how or why or anything. You better take that elevator down before he has a conniption.
Yeah, I guess I'd better. Mr. Carothers.
Yes?
Nothing. Give Jen my love. Goodbye. More than a year passed. I didn't forget the Carothers, but I don't know. Life keeps piling up in front of you, and my memory of them kept being pushed farther and farther into the darkness. But early this evening, all the lights went on again. Fast. The paper sent me up to the Capitol at Springfield to cover a political story. I was driving back to Chicago the same day. Around 5 p.m., I saw that I was getting low on gas and I'd better fill up at the next town. And then I was passing the highway sign of the next town. Elevation, nil. Population, even more so. But I forgot all about that when I saw the name of the place. Burroughs Junction. I stopped at the gas station only long enough to look through the thin phone book. And 10 minutes later, I was parked in front of a rusty RFD mailbox with the name Carothers stenciled on the side. The frame house was badly in need of paint. The pickup truck stood in the yard balanced on blocks, its rear wheel missing. The steps were broken, an empty rocking chair groaned back and forth in the light wind as I crossed the warped porch. I knocked on the door, and after a while a hall light went on, and someone was coming for the front door. What could I say to him? What could I tell him? And then the door was open.
Why, Mr. Stone. Oh, how nice to see you again.
Mrs. Carothers.
Come in. Come on in.
Oh, sure.
Well, it's not much like the bridal suite at the Ambassador East now, is it, Mr. Stone?
Let me look at you. Oh, you look fine.
Well, I feel all right for an old lady.
Oh, man, do I feel relieved. I thought that...
Huh?
Well, a young doctor, I guess he's entitled to one mistake, especially this kind, huh?
Oh, I see. Mr. Carothers told you.
Yeah.
Well, my nephew and I, we played a trick on the mister.
Huh?
I guess it's hard for you to understand about taking that trip to Chicago. It just grew out of all proportions. I mean, it became, I guess the word is obsession. Is that the word?
Yeah.
Well, as time went on and all our plans for the trip fell through again and again, well, in Mr. Carothers' mind, not taking the trip became like a sign of his defeat. Just listen to me talking like one of those psychiatrists or whatever they call them.
Well, you're talking fine.
But for him, it was the one thing that made our life together incomplete. Like he'd failed me. Of course, that sure wasn't so. I had the most wonderful life with him that any woman... But men think different than women about what's important and what's not.
Yeah.
And if he'd known the real truth, he'd never have taken that trip. All he'd think about was providing for me. He was that way.
He sure was.
He passed on 6 months ago. 6 months this October.
What?
My nephew and I, that was the trick, Mr. Stone. You see, it was Mr. Carothers who had the sickness.
fellow once wrote, when two people really love each other, there can never be a happy ending. Well, maybe, but I don't know. I sort of think if he could have seen the look of love in Mrs. Carothers' eyes as she talked about Mr., and if he could have heard the pride in her voice, maybe he'd have changed his line just a bit. Maybe to make it read, when two people really love each other, there can never be an ending. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Larry Marcus, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Mrs. Carothers was played by Jeanette Nolan. Ralph Moody was Mr. Carothers. Others featured were Ben Wright and Lou Krugman. Don Rickles speaking. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen starring in Warner Brothers' Force of Arms. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Tomorrow morning, be sure to hear the premiere broadcast of the Somerset Maugham Theater. Somerset Maugham's famous novel, The Moon and a Sixpence, will be presented tomorrow morning. Later, tomorrow evening, join Monty Woolley as the Magnificent Montague. And for photos of your favorite NBC stars, buy the current Silver Jubilee issue of Radio TV Mirror magazine. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
This is Diamond Broadcast number 3, called The Man with a Scar, broadcast January 19th, 1951.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. One puff won't tell you. One sniff won't tell you. It takes day in, day out smoking to find out how mild a cigarette is, how well it agrees with your throat. Make the sensible cigarette test, the 30-day Camel mildness test, and see just how mild a cigarette can be. Yes, and you'll find out why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, the Milton Borough of Homicide.
Pretty bad.
Oh, hi, Helen.
What are you doing?
Playing canasta.
Who's there?
Well, just me and that Japanese beetle I found hiding in my bills.
Japanese beetle?
Yeah.
And you're playing canasta?
Well, what do you expect us to do? I'm tired. He just finished giving me my judo lesson.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you believe me.
Oh, sure I do. Who's winning?
I am. He can't speak English. Besides, I make up the rules.
Mm-hmm. Am I going to see you tonight?
Well,
You what?
I don't know. Something just came into my office.
Client?
I don't know. Here comes another one.
One what?
Beats me, but they're pretty strange. Hey, where'd you leave your saucer, fellas? Maybe they're shills for the Beetle. I'll call you back.
Bye.
Well, what can I do for it? Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, that was a piece, Salvador. Now pick him up, drag him over to the chair. Sure thing, Yuki. He is certainly very unconscious. He seems to be. Let's see if you can revive him, Salvador. A pleasure. Would you mind holding my nuts, Yuki? I don't want I should break his jaw by accident. Such a nice man. You are so considerate. I would be happy to hold your nuts for you, Salvador. Diamond. Diamond. He is very out. Well, here, Salvador. Try this picture one. Wait. I'll remove the gladiolus.
I felt as if I was lying in the middle of a crowded sink and someone had piled all the dishes on my head. They turned on the faucet and I floated up with a dirty coffee cup and took a look around. I treaded water and squinted through my dewy eyelids at two of the ugliest dishwashers I had ever seen.
Look, he's twitching.
You see, Salvador, it's just a little lazy. How do you feel, Diamond? Let us know when things start making sense.
What's going on? What happened?
He's confused. Yeah. I think maybe you sapped him too hard.
Yuki, I take that as an insult. You know how careful I am.
I apologize, Salvador.
Thank you.
Hey, how'd you monkeys get in here anyway?
Well, it sounds like he's collected most of his marbles.
Looks like a complete recovery, Yuki.
I want to know what this is all about.
Obliged to man, Salvador. Sure, but keep him with us.
Naturally.
Hey, now wait a minute.
That's enough, Salvador. That's enough. Can you hear me, Diamond? It's going to be obstinate. I don't think he likes it. Belt him across the ears. He'll listen. Can you hear me now, Diamond?
He's nodding his head. I guess he don't want to open his mouth and let the blood out.
Oh, that's fine. Now, listen, Diamond. In a while, you'll get a call from a Mr. Wharton. He'll offer you a job, but you will not take it. You understand? Salvador, please, see if he understands.
He says, yeah, he understands. But now he's got a sore arm.
Remember, Mr. Wharton, you don't want to work for him.
I think he understands, Yuki.
Yeah? But he looks tired from the strain.
He certainly does. Look at those dark circles under his eyes.
Well, put the man to sleep, Salvador.
Certainly. Night.
Mr. Diamond? Mr. Diamond, can you hear me, Mr. Diamond?
This is going to get monotonous. Go away, will you?
Should I call the police, Mr. Diamond?
What? Oh, I was expecting uglier company.
Can you sit up?
I'll take a crack at it. I bet your name's Wharton.
Oh, that's right. How did you know?
Get out of here.
Well, I want to talk to you.
Well, I just had one long conversation. It was too one-sided. Now, go on. My health is doubtful, but it's fun to have it around for company.
Maybe $500 would pick you up.
It might for a while, but I don't like to waste that kind of money on funerals.
$750.
Yes, so they line the coffin with velvet.
$1,000.
Well, you're beginning to make a short life sound practical.
If you do the job successfully, there'll be another $1,000.
You just bought yourself a corpse. Then you wash up. Talk some more. I can hear you.
It's my son, Roger. He thinks he killed a man.
He thinks? What do you want me to do? Find out for sure so he can brag about it?
Ever heard of a John Alter?
Oh, sure. Walt Levinson sent him up 5 years ago on a manslaughter rap.
Well, he doesn't like it up there, and he'd like to get out.
I don't blame him. What's this got to do with your son?
I'm chairman of the parole board. Yeah, you look much better now, Mr. Diamond.
So you're chairman of the parole board?
Yes. Some of Alter's friends promised to keep quiet about my son if I let Alter go free when he comes up before the board next week.
You think maybe your son was framed?
Yes. About a month ago, he met a girl in Florida. Her name is Lenore Brown, and she's a friend of Alter's. When Roger went to pick up the Lenore girl at her apartment, he found her struggling with some man.
That happens.
It looked like he was trying to kill her. There was a gun on the floor, and she called to Roger for help. He picked up the gun and shot the man. She told Roger he'd killed him and that he must get out. When we went back, they were both gone. About a month later, some of Alter's friends got in touch with me.
They figured about the killing if you let Alter out of Sing Sing, huh?
That's right.
Well, I don't remember reading anything about it in the papers.
You're the first one outside of Alter and his friends who knows anything about it. You see, they say they're hiding the corpus delicti, so there was no report of the murder.
You think maybe they staged the killing, put blanks in the gun, and after your son beat it, the dead man walked out under his own steam?
Well, that's what I want you to find out.
Uh-huh. The man your son thought he killed, what did he look like?
Dark man with a scar from his nose to his chin.
Mm-hmm.
If my son is innocent, I want you to bring the parties responsible to justice.
Amen.
Well, here's a check for $1,000.
Thank you.
If you find the girl and prove my son innocent, there'll be another $1,000 in your pocket.
Well, I'll sew up the holes. Thanks, Mr. Warden. I'll start right away.
Goodbye, Mr. Diamond. You can reach me at the Wentworth Hotel. I'm staying there until this matter gets cleared up.
Well, I won't get in touch with you unless I find something. The guys who worked me over are pretty set in their ways, and there's no sense in you tripping over a lot of dead bodies. I grabbed a pack of Camels, looked at the $1,000 check, thought about the warning the two bruise-itis had given me, and decided it was a toss-up. If I spent the $1,000 like I knew I would, I'd wish it was dead anyway. So I left the building, grabbed a cab for the 5th Precinct. 10 minutes later, I walked into the squad room and spotted Sergeant Otis, looking like an advertisement for a sour stomach.
Well, Richard Diamond, Private Sleuth.
Well, Sergeant Otis, Private Sloth.
Huh?
Well, look it up. S-L-O-T-H.
I will.
Under S.
I know.
The three-toed variety. And get your uniform pressed, won't you? Looks like you've been hanging it in a taffy machine.
Oh. Well, hello, Rick.
Hey, you must get tired changing your face every day. Somebody shove you around again?
Oh, I've been catching up on my patty cake. Tell me, Walter, do you ever know a girl named Lenore Brown?
Yeah, sure. John Alter's expense account. They used to hold hands before I sent him up.
Know where I can find her?
Alter's still got her staked out. When he gets out, he's going to come back and dig up the claim. You better forget about it. She's got the antidote for lonely nights, but some of Alter's boys are protecting it.
I know. They gave me a pep talk this afternoon.
Then listen to them. It's better watching the game from the bench.
Oh, you never can tell. I might make a score.
Well, you're outweighed, outclassed, and liable to be outlived. But she used to work at the Black Swan in Florida. We heard Alter was trying to get a parole, and she came to New York to be close to him.
Any line on her here in town?
No, but if she's seeing Alter, you might spot her on a visitor's day.
Well, Rick, how are you? It's been a long time.
I know a lot of people who wouldn't like to hear that, Warden. How are you?
Oh, fine. What's on your mind?
Well, I hear Johnny Alter's been having company. I'd like to take a look at her.
Oh, Miss Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't blame you.
Well, I just want to spot her and see where she goes.
You can't miss. If she walked through the yard, there'd be a jailbreak tomorrow.
What time are visiting hours?
Well, if she's seeing Alter today, she should be downstairs right now. Like to take a look?
Uh-huh.
I'll have a guard take you down.
Good.
Well, on second thought, I'll go myself. There she is, sitting at the end table, talking to Alter.
Oh, now I know why Alter needs a lot of money. She's wearing enough mink to carpet Radio City.
You should get a load of her on a warm day.
Well, the cold doesn't stop me. She'd show up, she was wearing a tent. How long has she got with all that?
About another 5 minutes.
Warden, maybe I'll let you put me away for a couple of years. With something like that to look forward to on the visitor's day, I might go for the change.
You'd get tired of just talking.
I hung around by the big gray buildings until she came out. She walked over to a long white convertible and got in. I decided to let her buy me a new fuse, so I walked over to the car. Going into town?
Oh. Back up 3 feet and I'll let you know.
3. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Your tailor couldn't do all of that. Get in. Visiting?
Oh, yeah, the warden's an old friend.
How many years did you know him?
Baby. I've been going home every night all my life.
Every night?
Well, almost.
What do you do with the, almost?
It depends. Everybody likes something different.
You must get tired thinking up new ideas.
Oh, I don't think much. It's more fun being surprised. Hey, what's the idea?
Surprise.
Oh, yeah. And a nickel-plated one. Look, baby, you don't have to pull a gun. If I'm getting fresh, I'll get out and walk.
You'll sit right there, Diamond.
Name dropper.
Mm-hmm.
Expecting company?
Mm-hmm. And you've met them before, honey.
Well, it's nice. I wouldn't want you to get stuck with the introduction. Those your friends driving up?
It should be. Now, you hold real still. They'll only shoot you this time.
When a gal's got a gun, you don't stand much of a chance unless she's got her mind on something else. This one did. And when she looked up in the rearview mirror to make sure it was her boys, I tagged her. My 2 playmates were just pulling up, and I jumped out of the car.
There he is, Yuki! He's struggling off. She's out cold. Well, shoot him, Salvador! Shoot him!
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Yes, more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
One reason is flavor. Camel's costly tobaccos have a rich, full flavor you won't find in any other cigarette.
Another reason is mildness, proven mildness. In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Make your own Camel 30-day test. The sensible, thorough test. Not just a sniff of the tobacco. Not just a puff of smoke. Only by day-in, day-out smoking can you discover how well a cigarette agrees with your throat.
Smoke Camels for 30 days and see how mild Camels are, pack after pack, week after week. See why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now, back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Very close. Get him, Salvador.
I was running through the trees then, and I could hear Salvador somewhere behind me, falling all over himself. I pulled my gun and thought about waiting for him. But I had another idea. I stopped and listened.
He's around here somewhere, Chucky. Oh, come on, we're spread out, Salvador.
They were somewhere behind me, and both of them were looking now. So I cut off to my left and headed back to the highway. The cars were about 100 yards down the road, and I used my last lung getting there. Lenore was still unconscious, so I climbed in the white convertible with the unconscious nylons and drove off. I'd been driving for about 15 minutes when I noticed something lying on the seat beside the still sleeping Lenore. It was her purse. She didn't wake up when I grabbed it. Doing a rummage job at 80 miles an hour isn't easy. But there wasn't much of interest anyway, just a little black book. I needed a gimmick, so I stuck it in my pocket. I put the purse back on the seat just as she started coming around. Well, now that's it, baby. Sit up and look at the scenery.
How did you get here? Where's Yuki and Salvador?
Playing Peter Pan. Jaw hurt?
Yes, you heal.
Well, play rough and you get hurt. Where do I take you?
My apartment, I guess.
I drove her to her place on East 51st and walked her to the door. She looked at me like a fat woman eyeing a French pastry, and her mouth slipped down to her shoelaces when I gave her a peck on the cheek and left her standing with an old front doorknob in her hand. I went back to the office and took out her little black book. There were a lot of names, and some of them I knew. Yuki, and after it, likes his work. And Salvador. And after his name, has own gun. And oh, yes, Richard Diamond, too. I never did figure out what the 3 stars were for, but 3 other names and addresses put me in second gear. One was in the village, another down by the East River, and the last was somewhere in Chinatown. All of them were a setup for a dead man who wanted to make himself scarce. I wanted to talk with Wharton before I started hunting, so I called him at the Wentworth.
Did you find out anything yet, Diamond?
Not yet. Look, Mr. Wharton, you said the man I was looking for was dark with a scar,
Yes, from his nose to his chin.
Well, thanks. Maybe I'll call you tomorrow.
I hope you clear this thing up in a hurry.
Well, so do I. I want to get my nerves untangled. I took the easy address first, grabbed a cab, and 30 minutes later I was walking down the steps of a shabby little dive on the east side of Greenwich Village.
You want something, Mac?
Yeah, a pound of egg noodles. Just sweep them up off the floor. Hey, you know anyone around named Lenore?
Sure, Lenore Brown. She comes in here about once a week, listens to the kid at the piano. Now, why would a classy dame like that go out with him? He don't play the piano so good.
You ever see a guy with her? Man with a scar from his nose to his chin?
No, she always does a single.
Oh, thanks. You've been swell. I walked out, got back in the cab, and marked off Greenwich Village in the little black book. The second address, down by the East River. The night was black, and the fog had rolled in, staked out a claim all the way to the Hudson. I stopped cold, looked down at 2 gleaming eyes like 2 pieces of polished glass shining in the glare of the dim street lamp. Steady, boy, steady. Steady.
Hold it, Lucifer.
Yeah, hold it, Lucifer.
He won't hurt you, mister, unless I tell him to.
Well, think about it for a while, will you? I'm a poor substitute for horse meat.
What do you want?
You know a Lenore Brown?
You a cop?
Shamus.
Beat it, Lucifer.
Yeah. Thanks, pal. I couldn't hold my breath much longer.
You can come on up on the porch. You're looking for Lenore Brown, huh?
Yeah, you know her?
I met her. My wife works for her.
Is your wife in?
Yeah. Esther, come here. Some private dick wants to talk to you. She's Miss Brown's private maid.
Yes?
Your husband tells me you work for Miss Brown.
Yeah, what's she done?
She got many friends?
Man friends?
Yeah. Oh, you know a man with a scar?
Sure, I know lots of them.
What are you talking about, woman?
I meant someone who Miss Brown knows.
What did you mean by that, mister?
Look, I really don't know anybody with a scar now. You better beat it.
Yeah, get moving. And I want to talk to you, woman. Get in there.
Yes, honey.
I knew she was going to get bruised, but he looked rough enough to cut my windpipe, and I wanted someplace to pour my coffee down in the morning. So I got out of there fast and headed for the last address in the little black book. The place was on one of those narrow, dark streets that looked like the inside of a grave. The sign above the door read Tangy, so I pushed open the door and went in. If I didn't find the man with the scar here, I was out on 2 strikes. It was a little restaurant on the bottom floor of a two-story building. A quiet waiter slipped up and showed me to a booth. He shoved a menu in my hand and disappeared before I could ask him anything. The place was empty except for an old couple sitting near the door. The waiter said something to them, and they looked quickly over at me, and then they left in a hurry. The room was completely empty now. Even the waiter had disappeared. I looked up at a flight of stairs at the far end of the room. A pair of very healthy ankles came into view, and they were holding up a pair of legs that ran my blood pressure up to 190 again. I eased my gun out and held it under the table. She turned the corner and started down toward my booth like a loose snake in a rabbit pen.
Mind if I sit down?
Well, it's your party.
Shame on you. Don't you know it's not nice to pilfer a lady's handbag? Now Lenore will have to spank.
Looks like the last address paid off.
If you're buying shrouds, it did.
Where's the guy that young Wharton was supposed to have killed?
Upstairs. But he's very unsociable. Hates long conversation.
I only need a couple of lines.
He can't even do that. He likes to keep on breathing.
The old man figures Alter framed his son. He's not going to let your boyfriend out of Sing Sing until he finds the man with the scar.
Think he can do it better than you did?
I found him.
Was it worth dying for?
I don't know. I can tell you better after I talk to him.
Mama's going to have to spank sooner than she expected. Come on in, boys.
Well, look who's here. Are Mama's two big idiots out collecting blood? Where are your buckets?
He's bitter, Yuki. A present.
You've met Yuki and Salvador before, haven't you?
Yeah, on the end of a fist.
They want to show you the town.
I know the beat.
Well, I'll bet you've never seen it from the bottom of the East River.
No, but if you'll put on a bathing suit, I might buy the idea.
It's too bad we'll never make the beach together. I'd like to show you the sights. Boys, you'd better help Mr. Diamond out of the booth. I think he's stuck. You know how it is. Boys like to keep moving.
Sure. And so do I. I shot once and caught Yuki in the stomach, and I dumped the table over on Salvador. He grabbed like he was going to waltz with it and went down on his back. I didn't have to get up. I just shot him through the table. Lenore was out of the booth fast and running for the stairs.
Look out, Tony! Tony, look out!
I caught up with her at the foot of the stairs, and she started up. I saw him standing on the upper landing, scar and all. All, meaning gun in his hand. He missed me, but nailed her halfway up. She spun around and fell all over me. With both of us down, he was in a good spot to finish the job, but my arm hit the lower post of the staircase and swung me right into line. I just rested my elbow on the banister and let him have it. You should have kept your nose up, mister. A bad landing washes you out. Walt, I'm bushed. Tell me, did Wharton's son identify the man with the scar?
Yeah, he was the one he thought he killed.
But the old man's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, just left. He's happier than Otis on payday.
Who was the guy with the scar?
Cheap wood. Record. Named Lucio.
The girl and Alter had him hidden out in that place so he wouldn't be seen. And
I don't think you're funny, Diamond.
What's the matter, Otis?
Yeah, what do you want, meathead?
I looked it up. The three-toed variety.
Oh?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I called him a sloth.
Yeah, a sloth. You should see the picture in the dictionary. It's an animal.
Well?
It's funny looking with 3 toes on each foot.
Well?
And it's noted for its laziness. Okay, Lieutenant. Just forget it.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
That question was asked of doctors in every branch of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
The brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Friends, buy your Camels the handy, thrifty way, by the carton. That way you always have Camels when you want them.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Camels deem it a privilege to send free cigarettes each week to hospitalized servicemen and veterans. This week's Camels go to Veterans Hospitals Topeka, Kansas, and Oakland, California. U.S. Army Percy Jones General Hospital, Battle Creek, Michigan. U.S. Naval Hospital, Portsmouth, Virginia. More than 194 million Camels have now been sent to servicemen, servicewomen, and veterans. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell, was written by Blake Edwards. Our director is Helen Mack. Then, for pipe smoking pleasure, get Prince Albert, the national joy smoke. Prince Albert's choice tobacco is rich and flavorsome. It's crimp cut for smooth, even burning, and specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Yes, PA is America's largest selling smoking tobacco. Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
Presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses. Techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Son, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you the distinguished star, Mr. Humphrey Bogart, who, as Best Actor of the Year, was nominated for the 1943 Academy Award. You will also hear Miss Mary Astor, who won the 1941 Academy Award as Best Supporting Actress of the Year, and Sidney Greenstreet, who was nominated for the 1941 Academy Award as Best Supporting Actor. Tonight, Mr. Bogart, Miss Astor, and Mr. Greenstreet will play the famous roles they created for the screen in The Maltese Falcon, the thrilling mystery which was nominated as Best Production of the Year for the 1941 Academy Award.
My name is Spade, Sam Spade. License number 357896, issued by the Police Department of San Francisco. Occupation, private detective, sometimes known as Private Eye. My files in the case of the Maltese Falcon are closed, but I've got the Maltese Falcon. I got it, and some dough. My partner got murdered, and a very slick chick went up for life. I'll tell you about it. This slick dame comes to see me one day, gives me a song and dance about her sister and a guy called Floyd Thursby. She wants us to get her sister back before her mother and father get in from Hawaii. I put my partner, Miles Archer, on the case. That night, he gets murdered. And so does this guy Thursby. I go round to the apartment where the dame is living, the one called Bridget O'Shaughnessy. She had something I seemed to go for.
Oh, Spade. Come in.
I have come in.
Oh, yes, so you have. Mr. Spade, tell me, am I to blame for last night?
You warned us that Thursby was dangerous. Of course, you lied to us about your sister and all that, but that doesn't count. We didn't believe you.
Oh, help me, Mr. Spade. I need help so badly. I've no right to ask you, but I do ask you. Help me.
You won't need much of anybody's help. You're good. You're awful good. It's chiefly your eyes, I think, and that throb you get into your voice when you say things like, help me, Mr. Spade.
I deserve that. But, the lie was in the way I said it, and not at all in what I said.
If I'm going to help you, I've got to have some sort of a line on your Floyd Thursby.
I met him in the Orient. We came here from Hong Kong last week.
Did he kill Archer?
Yes, certainly.
Picked a nice sort of playmate.
Only that sort could have helped me if he had been loyal.
How bad a hole are you actually in?
As bad as could be.
Physical danger?
I'm not heroic. I don't think there's anything worse than death.
Then it's that.
It's that as surely as we're sitting here. Unless you help me.
Who killed Thursby? Your enemies or his?
I don't know. His, I suppose. I'm afraid. I don't know.
Who are these enemies?
Well, there's a small, dark man with white teeth and a smooth, dangerous, fat man.
Oh, this is hopeless. Well, how much money you got?
I have about $500 left.
Give it to me. There's only 400 here.
I had to keep some to live on.
Okay. I'll be back as soon as I can. You needn't come to the door with me. I can let myself out. I went by the office then and found a dark little guy with very white teeth waiting for me. His name was Joel Cairo. He was a Greek.
Mr. Spade, I'm trying to recover an ornament that has been, shall we say, mislaid. I thought and hoped you could assist me.
Uh-huh.
The ornament is a statuette, the black figure of a bird. I'm prepared to pay the sum of $5,000 for its recovery, and no questions asked.
5,000's a lot of money. It's a very interesting figure.
You will put your hands together at the back of your neck, Mr. Spade.
Huh? Oh, sure.
I shall shoot you if you try to stop me, Mr. Spade. But I must search your office.
You won't find anything but a pair of worn-out rubbers, a half pint of rum, and a pack of chewing gum.
We shall see. Please stand up. So.
Sure. This way?
No, the other way.
Sure. I'll take the gun, Mr. Cairo. Now get up.
I am very slow in things like that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I'm still prepared to pay $5,000 for the return of the figure. Do you have it, Mr. Spade?
No.
If it is not here, why did you just risk serious injury to prevent my searching for it?
Well, I should sit around and let people come in and stick me up.
Do you wish some assurance of my sincerity? A retainer?
I might.
Say, $100?
You better make it 200. Thanks. Your first guess was that I had the bird. What's your second guess?
That you know where it is, or where you can get it.
You're not hiring me to murder or do burglary, but to get back the figure in some lawful way. Say, from a dame with red hair, or a smooth, dangerous, fat man.
Oh, so you know. You must beware of them. They would stop at nothing. May I have my pistol now?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'd forgotten it.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Spade, you will kindly clasp your hands behind your neck.
What the?
Don't move, Mr. Spade. This time I might shoot. I insist on searching your office.
Sure. Go ahead. I finally got rid of the Greek and started back for Bridget O'Shaughnessy's apartment. Matter of fact, I had a hunch that the Greek was going there himself and started to tail his cab when a sad-faced guy poked something into my back and said...
Come on. The fat man wants to see you. Here he is, Mr. Gutman. The guy who was talking to the dame and the Greek.
Ah, Mr. Spade.
Mr. Gutman?
We begin well, sir. I distrust a man who talks too much.
I like to talk.
Of course, talking something you can't do judiciously unless you keep in practice.
Yeah.
Now, sir, you talk if you like. And I'll tell you right out that I'm a man who likes talking to a man who likes to talk.
Swell. Will we talk about the blackbird?
You're the man for me, sir. No beating about the bush, right to the point. Let us talk about the blackbird by all means. Mr. Spade, have you any conception of how much money can be got for that blackbird?
No.
Well, sir, if I told you half, you'd call me a liar.
No, not even if I thought so. But you just tell me what it is, and I'll figure out the profits.
You mean you don't know what that bird is?
Well, I know what it's supposed to look like. I know the value in human life you people put on it.
So Shaughnessy didn't tell you what it is? And Philo didn't either?
Offered me $10,000 for it.
10,000. And dollars, mind you, not even pounds. They must know what it is. Or do they? What is your impression?
I can't tell. They're both lying.
If they don't know, I'm the only one in the whole wide, sweet world who does.
Swell. When you've told me, that'll make two of us.
Mathematically correct, sir. But I don't know for certain that I'm going to tell you.
Well, don't be foolish. You know what it is. I know where it is. That's why I'm here.
Well, sir, where is it?
Don't be silly.
You see, I must tell you what I know, but you will not tell me what you know. That is hardly equitable, sir. No. I don't think we can do business along those lines.
Yeah, well, think again and think fast. I can get along without you, and keep that gunsel away from me while you're making up your mind. I'll kill him.
Well, sir, I must say you're the most violent temper.
Well, what are you wasting time for? You've got till 5:30. Then you're either in or out for keeps. 3 characters and a black bird. Well, all I knew was my partner was dead, and the cops were getting very uncooperative about the whole thing, including who killed Floyd Thursby. I thought I'd better get back to see that O'Shaughnessy dame before it was too late. And sure enough, it almost was.
They came here and took him away.
Took who away? Who?
The police. They wanted to talk to you, too. They took Mr. Cairo with them.
What was he doing here?
He came to talk about the bird.
What is this bird, this falcon that everybody's all steamed up about?
Suppose I wouldn't tell you anything at all about it. What would you do? Something wild and unpredictable?
Maybe.
Well, it's a black figure, as you know. Smooth and shiny of a bird, a hawk or falcon about 12 inches high.
Now, what makes it so important?
I don't know. They wouldn't tell me. But they promised me £500 if I helped them get it from the man who had it.
Go ahead.
They promised me £500 to help them, and I did. Then we found that Joel Cairo was going to take the falcon and desert Floyd and me. So we did that to Joel first.
You are a liar.
I am a liar. I've always been a liar.
Well, don't brag about it. Is there any truth at all in that yarn?
Some. Not very much.
Well, we've got plenty of time. I'll put some coffee on and we'll try again.
Oh, I'm so tired. So tired of lying and thinking up lies and not knowing what is a lie and what is the truth. Oh, darling, don't stare at me like that. Come closer, darling.
It is something to do while waiting. Why not?
Kiss me, Sam Spade. Kiss me.
Why not? That happens every time. I'll get it.
Be careful, darling.
Okay. Come on, you. He wants to see you.
Well, if it is the fat man's killer. Hello, paleface. How many did you bump off today?
Shut up. Cupman's waiting for you.
No kidding. What kept you?
Darling, what do you want?
He wants me. The fat man's been thinking things over.
Well, Mr. Spade, I must apologize for sending for you in this fashion.
Now, never mind. Let's talk about the bird.
All right, let's. What do you think of the order of the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem?
Crusaders or something, weren't they?
Very good. In 1539, these crusading knights persuaded Emperor Charles V to give them the island of Malta. He made but one condition. They were to pay him each year for the tribute of a falcon in acknowledgement that Malta was still under Spain. Do you follow me?
Yeah.
Have you any conception of the extreme, immeasurable wealth of the order of that time?
Well, I imagine they were pretty well fixed.
They were rolling in wealth, sir. They hit upon the happy thought of sending the emperor for the first year's tribute, not an insignificant live bird, but a glorious golden falcon, encrusted from head to foot with the finest jewels in their coffers. Allow me to replenish your drinks. Well, what do you think of these knights?
I don't know.
Well, sir, the glorious falcon never reached Spain. Buccaneers raided the galleon. In 1713, the bird showed up in Sicily. In 1840, in Paris. And it had by that time acquired a coat of black enamel, looking like nothing but a very interesting black statue. In 1923, a Greek dealer found it in an obscure Paris shop. He knew what it was. I heard about it in London and rushed over to buy it. But the Greek was murdered and the Falcon gone. That was 23 years ago. For 23 years I searched for the bird. I traced it to the home of a Russian General Kemedov, but he wouldn't sell, even though he knew nothing of its value. I was forced to send my agents after it. They got it, sir, but I haven't got it. But I'm going to get it, sir. How soon are you willing to produce the Falcon?
A couple of days.
That is satisfactory. Well, sir, here's a fair bargain and profits large enough for both of us.
Well, what's your idea of a fair bargain?
Shall I say 100,000?
Why not?
What did you say to $250,000?
Oh, then you think the dingus is worth $1 million, huh?
Why not?
Yeah. Why not? Hey, I feel kind of funny, Gutman. That drink.
My dear man, how could you suggest anything so crude? Wilma.
Yeah. The drink got him, huh?
Put your guns away, Wilma. You must learn to be subtle in these things, like me.
I'll take a light, huh? If I owe him something to louse, he thinks he's tough. Let's see if he can take this.
That's enough, Wilma. You've kicked him enough. I'll never do to kill him here. Besides, Wilma, you know how I hate the sight of blood.
In a moment, you will hear the second part of Academy Award. You yourself uncover jewels more precious than the rarest gems every time you smile. Your teeth are priceless. Preserve their natural brilliance with creamy, smooth Squibb dental cream. For the polishing agent in this quality dentifrice is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective known to dental science. That's why you can actually see the refreshing difference when you brush your teeth with Squibb dental cream. And you can taste and feel the refreshing difference, too. That's because the delightful flavor of Squibb dental cream is cool and inviting as a shady bed of mint. Because the refreshing action of Squibb dental cream leaves your teeth and gums feeling gloriously clean. So, for a brighter smile and a happier mouth, try Squibb dental cream, one of the great family of Squibb products. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Use Squibb dental cream. In a moment, you will hear part 2 of the Maltese Falcon. But first, we want to thank Warner Brothers for making this story available. And one thing more. On August 6th, Warner Brothers will celebrate the 20th anniversary of Sound Pictures. Yes, it has been that long since the silent shadows of the screen found a voice. We congratulate Warner Brothers on this historic anniversary. And now, the House of Squibb presents Part 2 of Academy Award, starring Humphrey Bogart in The Maltese Falcon, with Mary Astor and Sidney Greenstreet.
I guess the name of Sam Spade was a cinch for the back page obituaries, but I came out of it somehow and managed to get up and stagger out of that apartment. I went around to the hotel where Joel Cairo had a room and made a deal with a house dick to let me search it. All I could find was a newspaper in the wastebasket folded back to the steamship news. There was a list of arrivals, and one was marked. It said, 8:07 a.m., the La Paloma from Hong Kong. That was good enough for me. I got a cab and rode down to the docks. The La Paloma was on fire and burning beautifully. I went back to my office to hold my aching head and think things over when the door opened. The tall guy in a long black overcoat stood there with a package in his hands, making gurgling noises before he fell like a tree. He should have. He was dead. I took a good look at him. He was the mate off the La Paloma. I unwrapped his package, and there it was. The black bird. The Maltese Falcon. I grabbed the phone and listened. It was Bridget O'Shaughnessy, and she said she was in trouble. I found her shivering in the dark corner of an office building. I took her and the Falcon home to my apartment. I put her on the couch. I put the Falcon in the icebox where no one would think to look for anything, including ice. I came back in and switched on the lights and found a surprise party waiting to greet me.
Well, sir, we're all here. Now, let's sit down and be comfortable and talk.
Sure. Get away from me, Gunsel. You're not going to frisk me.
Stand still.
Shut up. Put your paw on me, and I'm going to make you use that gun. Ask your boss if he wants me shut up before we talk.
Never mind, Wilmer. You're certainly a most headstrong individual, Mr. Spade. Well, let's be seated.
You too, Cairo. You can put down your gun, too.
Of course, Mr. Spade. I was only using caution, as it were.
You ready, Gutman? Are you ready to make the first payment and take the Falcon off my hands?
Well, sir, as to that, here are $10,000, sir.
Oh, we were talking about more money than this.
Yes, sir, we were. But this is genuine coin of the realm, sir. With $1 of this, you can buy $10 of talk. Besides, the more of us would be taken care of now.
Well, that may be. But I've got the Falcon.
I should not think it would be necessary to remind you, Mr. Spade, that though you may have the Falcon, yet we certainly have you.
Yes, I'm trying not to let that worry me. We'll come to the money later. There's another thing to be taken care of first. We've got to have a fall guy. The police have to have a victim. Somebody they can stick for those 3 murders.
2. Only 2 murders, Mr. Spade. Thursby undoubtedly killed your partner.
All right, 2. What difference does it make? The point is we've got to get the police...
Come, Mr. Spade. You can't expect us to believe at this late date. You are the least afraid of the police, or that you're not able to handle...
I'm up to my neck, Gutman. I've got to come through with somebody, a victim, when the time comes. If I don't, I'll be it. Let's give him the gun, He actually did shoot Thursby, and the other one, didn't he? Anyway, he's made to order for the part. Let's turn him over to the cops.
Get up on your feet. I've taken all the riding from you I'm going to take. Get up. Shoot it out.
No, Wilmer, don't shoot.
There, Gunsel, that'll take care of you. Put on the sofa. Sorry, Bridget, but you seem to have recovered.
I'm all right.
Good. Well, gentlemen, there's our fall guy. And now, gentlemen, you agree or I'll turn the Falcon and the whole lot of you in.
Mr. Spade, I don't like this. What if we took matters into our own hands and killed you?
You won't, or you'll never find the Falcon.
True, but there are other ways. We could make you talk.
No, I'd take it and make you kill me, and then you'd end up the same way.
I believe you would, too.
Well?
I always felt toward Wilmer like a father. But you can have him.
Swell. Let's get the details fixed. Why did he shoot Thursby?
Thursby was Miss O'Shaughnessy's ally. We thought in disposing of him, we would teach Miss O'Shaughnessy to patch up her differences with us regarding the Falcon.
And the mate from the La Paloma.
That was Miss O'Shaughnessy's fault. Caro got in touch with me when he saw the notice of the ship's arrival. He remembered that the mate and Miss O'Shaughnessy had been friendly in Hong Kong. He called on this man, but he, with Miss O'Shaughnessy and the bird, slipped through our fingers. We followed them to her apartment, and Wilmer shot the mate as he was coming down the fire escape. He shot him many times, but the man was tough, and he did not drop the Falcon. We persuaded Miss O'Shaughnessy to call your office. But unfortunately, she did not call in time to prevent you from meeting the mate and getting the Falcon.
I see.
And now, sir, would it be presumptuous if we asked to see the Falcon?
Okay. It's in my icebox.
Icebox, I see. Oh, you are a character, sir. Yes, very, very clever of you, very.
I've got it.
Bring it in here at once.
Here, wrapped in this.
Now, after 23 years... It is it. We'll make sure. Hand me your knife, sir.
Here.
I'll peel off some of this disfiguring enamel.
All right, O'Shaughnessy, you've had your little joke. Now tell us about
No,
it.
Sam, no. That's the one I got from the Russian, I swear.
You bungled it, Gutman. You and your stupid attempt to buy it. The Russian caught on how valuable it was. No wonder we had so little trouble stealing it. You imbecile! You bloated idiot!
Yes. This is the Russian's hand. There's no doubt of it. Well, sir, what do you suggest? Shall we stand here and shed tears and call each other names? Or shall we go to Istanbul and to interview our Russian friend?
Go to Istanbul?
For 23 years, I have wanted that little item and have been trying to get it. If I must spend another year on the quest, well, that will be an added expenditure in time only.
I'll go with you. Wilmer's gone.
Wilmer's gone. So he has. That makes it imperative that we go too. Oh, by the way, sir, I'll trouble you for my envelope containing the $10,000.
I kept my end of the bargain, but I'll settle for $1,000 for expenses.
Thank you. I'll allow you the $1,000.
That'll take care of my time.
Now, sir, we'll say goodbye to you unless you care to undertake the Istanbul expedition with us. You don't? That's too bad. Well, sir, the shortest farewells are best. Adieu. And to you, Mr. O'Shaughnessy, I leave the rare avis there on the table as a little memento. The Maltese Falcon.
All right, O'Shaughnessy, talk.
Where should I begin?
You came to me and asked me to have Thursby followed. I put my partner on it. He followed Thursby. He was killed. You must have told Thursby he was being followed.
I told him, yes, but please believe me, Sam. I wouldn't have told him if I'd thought Floyd Thursby would kill your partner.
Miles hadn't many brains, but he had too many years' experience as a detective to be caught like that by a man he was shadowing up a blind alley with his gun tucked away in his hip and his overcoat buttoned. But he'd have gone up there with you, Angel. He was just dumb enough for that. And then you could have stood as close to him in the dark as you liked and put a bullet through him.
Don't talk like that to me, Sam. You know I didn't know.
Stop it. Why did you shoot him?
I didn't mean to at first. I can't look at you and tell you this.
You thought Thursby would tackle him. If he got Thursby, then you were rid of him. If Thursby won, you had something on him. Enough to be rid of him for good. Wasn't that it?
Something like that.
But when Thursby backed down, you took the gun and did the job yourself.
Oh, Sam, sweetheart, from the very first instant I saw you, I knew.
You angel. Well, if you get a good break, you'll be out of San Quentin in 20 years, and you can come back to me then. I hope they don't hang you, Precious, by that sweet neck.
You know deep down in your heart that in spite of anything I've done, I love you.
I don't care who loves who. I'm not going to play the sap for you. I won't walk in Thursby's, and I don't know how many others' footsteps. You killed my partner, and you're going over for it.
Why must you do this to me, Sam? Surely your partner wasn't as much to you.
Listen to me. This won't do any good. You'll never understand me, but I'll try once and then give it up. Listen. When a man's partner is killed, he's supposed to do something about it. And it happens we're in the detective business. Well, when one of your organization gets killed, it's bad business to let the killer get away with it. Bad all around. Bad for every detective everywhere.
You can't send me to the... Sam, you can't. You love me. You love me.
Maybe I do. What of it? Maybe next month I won't. I've been through it before. I'll have some rotten nights after I've sent you over, but that'll pass. I want you sure, but I won't take you at the price because all of me wants to, regardless of consequences. Because you counted on that with me the same as you counted on that with all the others.
Sam, darling, kiss me, kiss me.
Sure, baby.
What are you doing? Who are you calling?
The cops, baby. The cops to come and take you away.
Just as thrilling as tracking down some fabulous treasure is the search for the unknown which goes on unceasingly in the Squibb Research Laboratories. For that is the search that leads to the discovery of new life-saving drugs and new life-saving uses for existing drugs. And streptomycin is one of the newest products of this searching. In the new field of medicine opened up by penicillin, streptomycin, still in the testing stages, shows great promise against additional enemies of mankind. That is why Squibb scientists are working night and day to unlock the secrets of streptomycin, to improve the strain, to find and test all the ways in which it may be used in the conquest of disease. It is this same questing spirit, this refusal to stop anywhere short of perfection, that inspires all endeavors of the House of Squibb. It is one reason why, wherever you come across it in the service of human health, Squibb is a name you can trust. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Henry Fonda in Young Mr. Lincoln. Today's performance of the Maltese Falcon was written for radio by Frank Wilson, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Humphrey Bogart is soon to be seen in Warner Brothers' Big Sleep. Mary Astor appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Easy to Wed. Sidney Greenstreet is soon to be seen in Warner Brothers' The Verdict. This is Hugh Brumby bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.